I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Paprika6749 resubscribed for 21 months. Almost 2 years exploding head.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Sig Fenmil resubscribed for 6 months. Si Quan Dink Donk SDABHYPESDABLOVESDAB approved.
boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy.
Cosmopolitics has raided the channel.
Test. What's good, chat? Outside? Doggy, stop. Jeez Louise. Stop. I fed you. Go eat. Hey. I know. No. Okay. We can play later, okay? Ugh.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Ab Taylor XO resubscribed for 3 months. Cancelled my Amazon Prime, so I figured I should use this
What's up,
last
chat?
month's free sub. Less than 3.
Huh. How's everybody doing? Also, yes, obviously the countdown means nothing. The countdown means nothing. Mm. Oh my goodness, Nyx's nails are pinging the freaking noise gate. So I'm gonna turn it up a little bit higher. That's better. You can't hear her nails. Forehead reveal? Okay, that's crazy. Don't say forehead reveal. You always see my forehead. Good, thank you. That's what it took 2 days to do. 5-head reveal? That's crazy. It's insane. I don't need this from you. Also, AB Taylor XL, thank you for the prime. Cosmopolitan, thank you for the raid as well. Sigfin Mill, thank you for the 6 months. Paprika, thank you for the 21 months. And Raven of the Void, thank you for the 6 months 3 days ago. No hate, you look great. Why'd you say no hate? Oh, you said forehead reveal. Okay, I thought it was like a coded message. Doesn't think like the hair. Come here, Nixie. Hey, they're asking if you like the hair. You like my hair, Buggy? Come here. Come on. Up. Come on. Come here. Hey, you like the hair? You like the hair? Five. Oh, okay. You doing okay? Good lucky. Kind of thought in her sweet head. Now she thinks about food. Even though I fed her. You do it yourself? That is insane. No, I did not do this myself. I would literally have not streamed for like a week. That's it. It took freaking 2 days to do this. And it's pulling at the back of my head, basically. How did it take 2 days? Well, to be entirely fair, it took a day for me to take out my old hair. So that took a period of time. And then we had to wash and then blow out my hair, which I've never done before. So that was the whole thing. Your hair done for Hasan BANNED crazy work. You right. You know what I mean? You gotta do what you gotta do. You feel me? You be like, hey, what's over there? Whoa. Y'all see that over there? Y'all see that over there? That's crazy. That's crazy. Did you get a trim at least? Yes. I got a trim. To be fair, that's my first trim in I think 4 years. So it was needed. It was needed. I think it came out well. Yeah, like a lot. Thank you. I won't be doing it often because it freaking hurt. I have a tender head, and I was screaming in pain. I was like, ah, ah, ah. Oh, it's crazy. It was crazy. It was a mess. I did watch 2 shows. I watched His and Hers, and I watched. There's a show on Netflix called 11/22/63. Does it kind of tell you that's the price of beauty? Yeah. Wonder Man. I watched Wonder Man as well, except for the last episode. So no spoilers. I didn't finish Wonder Man. The James Franco one, yes, the James Franco one. Yeah, it's the one about JFK's shooting. But I did hear people say that Wonder Man is the best Marvel project in the last 5 years. Which honestly, low bar, but I can see that. I heard the show was good. I think it went off the rails. I didn't finish it. But Don't type, but if it's really painful, you have bums, take it out. No, it's not really painful. It's painful a little bit back here because these are pulled up in a little bun. But when they weren't in a bun, they were fine. Not better than Wakanda Forever, but it's peak. Can you remove the bun for the first couple of days? See, I wanted to, but I was told I had to keep it in. I'll probably take it out later on today, though. But alas, it's fine. It's not really, it's not crazy right now. Also, Proletariat Red, thank you for the continuing sub. Much appreciated. Critters hate when you take her to two. Yeah, but this was my friend though. So all in all, she was very patient with me. Watch the finale, then report back. I will do. What else has happened? I don't know. My song got banned. So that's a thing. I thought he got unbanned because I saw it on Twitter, but apparently I got misinfoed. The stats, yeah. It's a meme. Oh, that was a meme. Oh. You said it was a 3-day ban. It's been like 2 days, I think. Oh, okay. Also, that means I have to go live on YouTube now. I had a good idea. Because Hasan's stealing my secret sauce, which is going live on YouTube. Who do you know did that except for me? And probably other people too, but probably just me. Ludwig, shut up. No one asked you, chatter. Go live. Maybe I can get 140,000 viewers too. That's a lot of thousands of viewers. You invented it, thank you. But just having total meltdown over Hasan, he's joined the HTS club. I think it's because I think kind of similar to other neo-Nazis like Sneeko and stuff. He wanted Hasan to be like, yeah, this is the fault of the Jews, and you know, I'm anti-Semitic now. And Hasan was like, bro, shut up. No one likes you. And so now he's like, and Hasan performed very well on YouTube. And so now he's like, wah, why won't you just co-sign my anti-Semitism? Wah, or whatever. So I've been tweeting so much since he got banned. What else you gonna do? What are they expecting to do? That it's so random because they want it to be to be mainstream. And they keep trying to say we're the same, but he keeps rebuffing them. Yeah, and that makes them mad because they're like, dog, I was trying to give you credit for being anti-Semitic, and Hasan was like, no one likes you people. Hold on. Pulling a Hasan, not the getting banned. The streaming on YouTube. Oh wow. Start. All right, my YouTube streaming should be going now. What has your experience been with multi-streaming? Honestly, not bad. I'm not getting like crazy viewership over there because my YouTube is just significantly smaller than my Twitch is. But like it's an extra like 50 people that wouldn't normally watch me on Twitch. I've learned that people who watch me on YouTube don't come into Twitch chat. You know, they watch my YouTube videos, they see my YouTube videos. See the cut, indeed. Really enjoy cooking a hutch on Twitter. Yeah, maybe we should do it again. It's funny. It was a good reminder of how much I hate YouTube chat. You're getting super chats? No, not really. Like 1 or 2. I wasn't pulling in $15,000 like Hasan was. YouTube chat sucks. This is why you don't look at YouTube chat. Right? It's mostly for people who want to watch on their TV, watch in their cars, watch on like mobile in the go, you know, watch on a toaster or something. And stuff like that. What the back look like? Like that. Eh.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Maximus
Apparently,
Prime
people
just
who can't watch
subscribed.
Twitch at work,
Well,
I can't watch
well.
on YouTube. Yeah.
Look who it is.
Unless you're gonna do small braids, I would rather die. 84 I was watching while I was jogging. Yeah. I watched a stream on my Nintendo DS. I mean, honestly, Twitch Mobile has unlimited amount of data. Yeah, it's also slow and it's bad. So yeah. Also, I won't leak it, but I might be on TV soon. So, one 3DS viewer. I can't wait to see that in my analytics. The lost CNN interview? No, it's not a CNN interview. So I was not throwing this interview. It's not an interview at all. You're replacing Don Lemon. Don Lemon was already kicked off on TV. So, Great by 90 Fiance, be honest, I wish. Pop the Balloon. That also isn't on TV, and I would rather than do that, honestly. Fox and Friends. Yeah, I'm their new black correspondent. Right? I go on the 5 and be like, you know, black people sometimes need to learn how to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. MasterChef Australia. I see your message, chatter, but I'm not trying to get banned, so I can't co-sign that. But I see. If me that heel turn, I wouldn't even be mad. Yeah. Pretty handsome, thank you. Did you IRL escape from Jessica Targov? True. And doing 1330 on Fox News is a crazy image. Dang, we got demoted from 1350 to 1330. What happened to the other 20%? Can you give us a hint? Daytime television. Game show. That's what I'll say. It isn't even my opportunity. I got invited as a +1. Drag Race. Can I talk about the general state of Twitch? Might be interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. I'll take a look at it. Welcome back to YouTube. Thank you. Mari, that's insane. Wheel of Fortune. I also say I'm not even the biggest fan of game shows holistically.
Of The Apprentice.
Sorry, I don't know if you heard that. Wipeout? Dang, that would be crazy if I got this hair just to go on Wipeout. New Jeopardy host, Sean. Who said I'm the host? Got him. Hey, I'll let you know. I'll keep you updated. What else is going on in my life? Oh, I got an email from another talent agency who reached out. They should have plugged your Twitch. I don't know about all that. Maximus Prime, thank you for the 8 months. Mythic Talent, maybe. Wotion. Some would say. Let me close some of these tabs. Oh, I was also watching a lot of Warhammer 40K lore. What else is there? Close. I was writing the YouTube video going, oh, this has not happened for a while. Start at Horus Heresy. I need to know all of the lore. We could finally make Asmund Nurgle jokes on this channel, and I would understand them. To make that statement, I would just mean I watch Astartes on repeat for 12 hours. I don't know what Astartes is. You have a faction you like? It's a lot of lore. I don't know. I don't know. Just from what I've heard, I think the Alpha Legion's cool. The most interesting. Don't start buying figurines. You bet will begin to save for a 3D printer. I have two 3D printers. I own two 3D printers already, and I don't use either of them. When are you gonna upscroll? Tell people to bring over your audience. 0 billionaire, 0 censorship. It's great. I'm on upscroll. I just don't post. My only criticism of upscroll is it does the weird Tinder thing that when you don't open the app for, or it does the same thing that Tinder and Duolingo do, which is if you don't open the app for like 2 days, it pings you being like, hey, you forgot about us. I'm just like, yo, let me live my life a little bit. Let me live my life a little bit. I disable all notifications from every app. That's, yeah. Hasn't done it to me. I'll tell you exactly what it said. It said, long time no scroll. A lot has been happening. Come see the latest posts and updates. I'm just like, yo, don't do that to me. Don't do that. That's the quickest way to make me delete any app. I don't need you freaking guilt tripping me to open the app again. This is like I decided to download this app. Okay, if I want to open it, I'll open it. That's my only beef so far. Also, in order to get a verification badge, you need to have 10K on a different, or it's like 100K on a different platform. And I have no platform with 100K, so I can't get verified. It makes me sad. You gotta turn off other notifications in the settings for apps that do that. Just email the dev. 3D printing hammer models is so fun. Also printing molds for modeling clay. You harder than the almost look almost as good. Are y'all all just Warhammer nerds? This is so interesting when I talk about a niche. Niche. It's freaking Warhammer, you know. But a slightly niche like aspect of like nerd culture. I get like half the chats who was like, yeah, I've been into Warhammer for like 50 years. I've been to Warhammer for like 50 years. Play every weekend. I'm just like, since when? Yeah, like I built up League of Legends, and there's like 200 people in here who's like, bro, I'm like, I'm Grandmaster in League of Legends. You know what I mean? I went to Champs. It's not called Champs. I went to, what is it called for League of Legends? LCS. You know what I mean? I won like 15 trophies. I'm like, where are you people coming from? I'm like rated since like 2016. I'm a bronze in League of Legends now, by the way. You can't call me iron anymore. I'm not iron in any game that I play. I'm actually bronze. And it wasn't even very hard to get there. Anyway, that's where I've been for the last few days. It was like 3 days I've been gone. You know, I realized we're dealing with a real gamer. Exactly. You were. Venture placement matches. I think so. pretty sure. Oh, Nixie's sleeping. I am thirsty. I want some water. But let's get started. Let's get started. Jeez Louise, Fox Freeman, thank you for the $20 super chat on YouTube. Welcome back to the Red Hell, John. Thank you. I appreciate. Twitch chat ain't doing me like that. Let's be real. Twitch chat ain't doing me like that. See, this is why I look at YouTube. I see what YouTube got going on sometimes. I understand why Hasan is there now. And to be fair, people have been telling Hasan to multi-stream on YouTube forever. For the only time Sean reads YouTube chat, I read them if they pay me. Drake is coming out of the cave because of Pusha T. Ironic. Yeah, I also saw that the second drop of like Epstein stuff, and Pusha T's on the Epstein list.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay.
Like what?
I live when I believe.
Bank Das just subscribed. L.
Bank does. Thank you for the 9 months. L, indeed, much appreciated. Let's start with this Caroline video though. I'm curious. There's this. Oh, there's also a YouTube video that I got mentioned in, or a shout out in. Hold on. Let's see, notifications, mentions. The creator of Dear Adonis, get Dear Epstein.
People are enraged.
Anyway, let us get started. You mind if I go grab some drink real quick? Some water. Oh yeah, I have water here. In a nondescript bottle that I'm reusing. Delicious from this nondescript bottle. Just find your upscrolled. Also, you should start posting upscrolled as popping off last few days. Also, do you think you get Hassan on there? Do you think I can tell Hassan to do anything? I can try. He's not gonna listen.
Hey him Virgin and OJ did just
I can text you, Hassan.
999
people want you on upscrolled, but it took Hassan literally being banned on Twitch to finally stream on YouTube for the first time, just to try it. And he didn't even want to do that. March told him to do that. You know what I mean? He forgot he could do that. Yeah. And some push from Ostenox. To tell Marsh and Ostenox, yeah. YouTube sucks for streaming, honestly. Not if you have that large of a platform. It literally takes nothing. It takes nothing to stream on YouTube, chat. Basically this. Right? For me, I have to click this button right here that says YouTube and it says start. I have TikTok here as well. That's it. That's the only thing that it takes. I have to go to YouTube and go to the live streaming tab to change my title and then press that button and it starts streaming on there. So get Hassan banned on Twitch, YouTube, and Billy goes upscroll. And TikTok too. Maybe he'll try upscrolled. But I don't know. Also, him, Virginia enjoyed. What? Let's say enjoyer, but that's not how you spell enjoyer. Think about it, 3 months. Him, Virginia, and Inouye Jeter. He were the 3 months. Made his YouTube stream so funny is him asking how to do stuff the whole time. he's such a boomer. I didn't actually see the YouTube stream. I thought I was getting my hair done. I just had a stroke. I'm trying to read it.
At what they are seeing in the streets of the United States of America. The latest murder was a VA.
No, she likes Hasan. She watches Hasan's content. She also, this is the funny thing, she also watches Hasan's haters content. Like, she'll watch Hasan and she likes Hasan, but she'll also watch like a more Pegasus video on Hasan. Who does? My friend, person who did my hair. It's so interesting. Oh, she subjected herself to the slob. Vibes, I don't know. Also, I need to. I'll be back.
About to go
Basilium gifted a tier 1 sub to that _mango_sentinel. They have given 211 gift subs in the channel.
A nurse named Alex Preddy that we are all aware of at this point. So when in Chicago, a press conference was held at the VA, and I spoke with people who work at the VA. I spoke with nurses. I spoke with veterans. I spoke with union members. The main question that came up, and shout out to Sean DeBlack, the streamer on Twitch, for this question. What can the opposition party do to win back their vote if they lost it, and also serve their personal interests to serve as a stronger opposition party to Donald Trump? Here are those answers.
Oh, did I miss my shout out? Sorry, we're watching the Rick Strum video on Americans say Democrats failed in response to ICE. I was getting more, you know what? How do I remove this label? So I don't have to keep saying it's a nondescript drink, because it is a nondescript drink. Ah, there we go. I was getting my water bottle. Technically, it's a bottle. I was filling it with a. Really? Bring it back. Dougie. Just a bottle of flavored water. Exactly. It is a bottle of flavored water. Oh, let's run this back from the beginning.
People are enraged at what they are seeing in the streets of the United States of America. The latest murder was a VA nurse named Alex Preddy that we are all aware of at this point. So when in Chicago, a press conference was held at the VA, and I spoke with people who work at the VA. I spoke with nurses. I spoke with veterans. I spoke with union members. The main question that came up, and shout out to Sean DeBlack, the streamer on Twitch, for this question. What can the opposition party do to win back their vote if they lost it, and also serve their personal interests to serve as a stronger opposition party to Donald Trump? Here are...
What is me, chat? W mention? W mention indeed. I did have this question. It was like my third try at the question.
Are those answers?
Exactly. Exactly. I say this all the time. I say this all the time. You can't hear? Well, y'all can't hear this? It's left audio only? I can hear both. Is it left audio only? What? At least this segment is? They're trolling? I can hear stereo? True. But history only began on 2024. So none of that exists. Tectone doppelganger? Hey, don't do this man like that. Which the Democrats wholly support. It's just the video's audio that's weird. Yeah, is it my audio, chat? Is my audio also bad? That just be the video? It's fine. Right, I can turn the captions on. Wait, why is auto-generating Russian captions? Hold on. Never mind. If I can hear it suits you. Thank you. I think my other hair also suits me a little bit, but you know, this is something different and something new, something slight. Mm-hmm. And this is the average American position, by the way, right? Most Americans are like at these protests. They believe in this, and most Americans agree with her. The Democrats just are not doing enough. This is why they have record low approval rating, right? Record low approval rating. It is literally a race to the bottom. It does Trump's and the Trump admin and the Republican approval rating hit zero before the Democrats do. That's kind of what the Democrats are banking on. So they're forever defending libs or just on Twitter? Yes. Yes. Like legitimately. The Hutches, the random K-hivers, the two raw, two reals, they only exist online because they're paid, right, to exist online. If not by the DNC directly, they're incentivized, right, to take a contrary position to stand out. Because they know that, you know, it would benefit them. They're only online. If you walk outside, and you talk to your neighbors, they're gonna be like, I wish the Democrats did more to serve my interests. That's how most people feel about both parties. This is why a third of the country doesn't vote in the first place. I think as long as they don't go to 0 HP before the Republicans they win, like a Yu-Gi-Oh duel or something. I don't know, being sexual struggle with these friends, they feel different. Yeah, and you see like the Deborahs and the Lindas calling for Chuck Schumer to be imprisoned. Basically, they were calling for him to resign like over a year ago, and now they're like, it's too much now. Chuck Schumer needs to be in jail. they want Chuck Schumer to share a cell with Donald Trump because they call him complicit in this, and that's it. And the Democrats don't realize that that's how their constituency feels. And they will lose in the midterms this year if they don't meet the mark. The Democrats can sweep. The Democrats can sweep the midterms if all they do is run on abolishing ICE. Whether or not they do it or not, we know they won't, right? But all they have to do is say, we will remove this agency as it currently exists.
I live like a capitalist every
Right.
single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
Because it causes harm.
I live when I believe.
Record
Blue
turnout.
Light One just subscribed.
You will see presidential general election turnout in the midterms. Right? But how are you going to do that when you're just basically reinforcing the people that you are the same party as the party that they hate? They're like, I hate ICE. Democrats are like, well, we're going to fund them as well. Why would they vote for you? Blue Light, thank you for the 2 months. Much appreciated.
boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. He doesn't see it. You're not looking at me, boy.
True. Maves, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you all are doing well. We're watching this video where I got mentioned about how the Democrats, Americans hate the Democrats. So, yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. This person, self-admittedly, has just gotten into politics last year. They still have hope. You know what I mean? You don't have this position by like paying attention to what the Democrats have done for the past decade. Right? They're like, well, I still, maybe the Democrats will listen to us more, and we just have to believe in it. You see that everybody else was just like, yo, I have zero faith in the Democrats. I have no faith in the Democrats. It's just us. You 3 years ago. This was me 3 years ago. Right? This is how I felt 3 years ago. Probably closer to 4 years ago at this point. I was full of hope, bright eyed and bushy tailed, and I was like, yes, we can do this. Yes, Democrats, we can do this. And then I looked to my left and looked to my right, then I realized nobody beside me wanted to do this. I was ready to run the marathon, and they were still sitting, in their chairs, eating potato chips, very comfortable where they were. And I realized that these people aren't my allies. Yeah, having brunch. They realize we don't want the same things. Right? And then somebody comes and takes their potato chips away. And they're like, all right, guys, time to get up. Where are all those marathon runners at? Leftists? They stole our potato chips. We all need to go and get those potato chips back. And I was like, no, we shouldn't go and get the potato chips. Let's just try to make some actual change. And we joined them and we're running. We're at the front of the pack running because we have practice with this. We get the potato chips back and they're like, all right, thanks for the potato chips. We're just gonna take a seat again and just waiting for another 4 years. I just sit on the couch eating more potato chips. And we're like, no, there's still more race to run. We still need more stuff. They're like, nah, we're fine with the potato chips. Until somebody comes along and takes those potato chips again. And then they're like, oh, well, now we need to get back up. Because they want the status quo. They want to be comfortable. They don't want to actually make things change so that everybody can be comfortable. Right? They don't actually want to affect the society so that everybody doesn't have to want for more. I don't know why Nick's was yelling like that. But yeah, I want some chips now. Honestly, so do I. Guess what kind of chips I want, chat? Double analogy, thank you. Atriot could never. Barbecue, plantain. Close for the barbecue. I want barbecue and salt and vinegar mixed together. It's my favorite type of chip. That's nice, thank you. I don't know if he answered this question. Can't hear the video. Yeah, I think something's wrong with the like right side audio. So if you have one AirPod in, chatter, just switch them. You should be able to hear it then. Which okay, I'm curious. If I play this? Can you hear this video?
Former CNN anchor turned independent journalist Don Lemon appeared in federal court this afternoon to face charges related to a live streaming report he did at a protest.
Yes, yep. Sounds fine. Okay, so it might just be this video. He's not wrong. He's correct. I just don't necessarily think this answered the question that was asked. But, you know, let him cook. Hutch would throw all of these people out of the movement, by the way. The Democrats would throw all of these people out the movement. We don't need you. We can win without you. Go somewhere else. Because they would rather lose political power, lose elections, right? So long as it meant that they can stick it to leftists. So yeah, this is Americans say Democrats failed in response to ICE, which is what polling says as well, right? And I got mentioned at the beginning of this video, right there. That's me. Indeed. We're going to talk about Hasan getting banned in a second, but let's see Caroline talk about the state of Twitch. At the same time, Hutch would say that you consider people who are pro-segregation to join. Yep.
It's just important to know, if you don't know, that Zionism is not it's not Judaism. As much as you might be confused, as much as it has been conflated, it is not it is not anything but a political ideology and a nationalist movement. You might not like Hasan, I don't care. But Twitch is clearly very inconsistent with how they do these bans. The fact that there are convicted abusers who are still on the platform, I don't understand what's up with that. You know, I don't understand how somebody who has exposed that they have links on their computer that potentially looked like CSAM, that's the equivalent length of time, that ban is the same length. I ask people who might not like Hasan personally, or, you know, might not be leftists here. I ask if that's reasonable. If you think that Twitch's banning policies is consistent and reasonable. You know, it's like, how does somebody get banned?
Honestly, like
Mixed
Macari
the
might be
Rick
back on
just
Twitch at this
subscribed.
point. It's probably been 7 days. Unless they changed it. No, he's still banned. When did he get banned? Streamer bans. The 22nd. I thought it was 7 days. He is still banned though, so. Probably more than a week. If it's not 7 days, it's probably 14 days or a month. This is how Twitch does their bans. They ban for a day, they ban for 3 days, they ban for a week, they ban for 2 weeks, they ban for a month, they ban for 3 months, they ban for 6 months, and then they ban for a year, and then like indefinitely. It's longer than a year. They usually don't do like you're banned for 24 days or something like that. It should be permanent. I think we know it's not permanent because if you go to twitch.tv/Lakari, it says temporarily unavailable. Yeah. This is different than how it shows. And I'm saying that it should be though. Yeah, I'm just saying that like Twitch could come back at the end of his ban period and say you're banned permanently. We just won't know. I think Twitch wants to try to avoid being like the arbiter until it's like proven to be CSAM, I guess, to banning him for it. Like Twitch gave Dr. Disrespect a lot of leeway. Like Dr. Disrespect was messaging minors on Twitch Whispers, and they waited until the end of their internal investigation to finally ban him permanently. Right? And he got heads up from Twitch about it beforehand. Yeah, to meet up at a Twitch event. So, what happened with Doc on YouTube? He was demonetized on YouTube, but he got his monetization back after a few months, after people stopped paying attention.
Days over a Sabra hummus joke at TwitchCon, and somebody who has revealed that they have potentially criminal material on their computer gets 7 days. Like, it just, what are we doing here? What's going on? Yeah, after for a panel that Twitch had approved, mind you. Yes, I will say I don't feel
Twitch bans specifically based on the amount of public outrage about something. Twitch does a calculation to see how much outrage does this currently have and how much outrage can it possibly have, and they ban purely on that. Purely on that. It is completely vibes based. They'll use like things as like guidelines, like if you've been banned 4 times before for the same thing, they'll do an escalatory ban from there. But like if you do like criminal behavior on Twitch, they may do an immediate permaban. Or if it gets a little bit of attention, not a lot of attention, they may give you 30 days until it cools down. Right? It's what they did for Nina Lynn. Nina Lynn got banned for, I think, a week or 2 weeks, and it got escalated to 30 days once it got more attention. Right? The goal for Twitch is just to kind of wait out the public, the public outcry, the news cycle. They want to play this game to be like, we still want to make money from this person, but we just want not the poor and bad attention. So we're going to ban them until we think the news cycle will die out, And once it dies out, then we're gonna go back. Right? If Twitch thought the Saber hummus thing had like a staying power of 3 months, they would have banned Capri and Raph and Frogan and VO and Denim for 3 months. If they thought it would take a year for it to die out, they would have banned them for a year. Right? If they thought it would take 3 days for it to die out, they would have banned them for 3 days. It's merely to just wait out whatever the public's news cycle is talking about it. You know? That's it. Lucari not being like a massive 50,000 viewer streamer or whatever, having a few thousand viewers, banning him for
like
a week or 2 weeks or a month will cause people to like move on eventually. So Twitch can still make money from Lucari's viewers as opposed to like, you know, banning him permanently. And the news cycle would have moved on as well. Right? It's why they originally banned Hasan for 7 days and apparently dropped it down to 3 days, I guess. Right? Because, you know, I think it's because Hasan got banned for, I think he might have gotten banned for either a day or 3 days. For this thing they got banned for like 6 months ago. You know? Big Bride for 3. Thank you for the 5 months. Much appreciated. How do you think Hasan's ops are going to be pressuring Twitch after he comes back? Is this going to be a constant thing? I mean, this has already been a constant thing. Have you been watching Hasan for the last... I've been watching Hasan for like... I've been subbed for 61 months. And I've been watching him for, I don't know, like 5-6 years at this point. Like, you know, this is a consistent thing. I think Hasan should just say F Twitch, to be honest. I don't necessarily agree. Right?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when
I think within 10 months. Much appreciated.
Just subscribed.
I think that there is a usefulness and a benefit to being on Twitch. Hasan would not have like the community that he had, not like the makeup of the community. I'm critical of the Hasan community, but like the tight knitness of the community if he was on YouTube. You know what I mean? I think dual stream would be cool going forward if the mods can. I think you should just turn off YouTube chat. Genuinely, I think he should, because he already has an ingest server that he sends his streams to in case it goes down. Just have them split it and send it to YouTube chat and to YouTube and Twitch, and just turn off YouTube chat. Have like Fossabot, have Aiden, you know, update a Fossabot command so you can just change the title once it changes on Twitch to whatever it is on YouTube, and just multi-stream. It takes nothing new to do it. I think the most it takes is just like, you have to build a thumbnail for each stream if you want it to actually do well. Sometimes, but I don't know. I still think there's a benefit to being on Twitch. Personally, Twitch has hype trains like the one that's incoming right now, Chad. If you subscribe, right, for $6 or for free Twitch Prime. Hasan's banned. You can't use it on him anyway. Might as well just throw it my way. So since he wants to be a hot whisperer on Twitch, I feel like at this point returns are so low for people actually changing it. He should just switch gears and try just YouTube for a while. But otherwise, just multi-stream, turn off YouTube chat. I don't think turning off YouTube or turning off going off Twitch permanently or like exclusively going onto YouTube will really serve anything. Right? Because again, the community aspect is important to keep streamers relevant. I think it's fine to have YouTube only, Twitch only streams too. I don't think you can have YouTube only streams. Right? I think you lose, and this is what Ludwig found out when he moved to YouTube, right? You lose something by going to YouTube. It's not just a boost in viewers because you have a larger audience. You do lose something, right? The chat experience is so bad that you lose the consistent chatters. You lose the emote spam. You lose the community engagement, right? You do lose stuff streaming on YouTube. It's the experience is not as good. But I do think that multi-streaming has very little downsides for somebody who does content like Hasan. You know? Latency on Twitch is pretty wild how much less lag there is with chat messages. Yeah, but you can change that on YouTube as well. On YouTube, you have low latency, ultra low latency, and then normal latency. So you can change it to ultra low latency and get like less of the desync there. They do, yeah. Here, I can show you what my YouTube setup looks like. Let me not leak my stream key. I'll just screenshot this. Wow. This is what it looks like. You have normal latency, low latency to ultra low latency. We've seen this Ron and his crew making fun of the disabled person. No, maybe we'll get to it a little bit later. But we're gonna continue with this Caroline video first.
Protected as a woman on this platform. Women's safety is not cared for, you know, that there are abusive men who have been found liable of sexual abuse that Twitch is not doing anything about. So that doesn't make me feel good. That doesn't make me feel like this is a platform that actually cares to do anything consistently. Also, the people who literally say others should be killed and not getting a permanent ban or any ban at all. Yeah, so just kind of generally asking, where's the consistency? What are Twitch's priorities here? I will say, though, too, there's something particularly worrisome about a group like the ADL having such clear influence over Twitch. That's not good. And
yeah, and this is kind of the biggest problem because like the ADL like takes credit for this the ADL takes credit for this like not necessarily Hasan's ban. I don't know if they said anything about Hasan's ban this time, but for this new policy change that you can't use like the term Zionist as like a pejorative, or you can't attach the term Zionist with like the term a name of an animal, I guess, specifically for the term Zionist, where you can only address Zionism as a they say as a political ideology, but you can't like attack Zionists, people who believe that ideology, you know.
Here's the thing, okay? If you're a free speech defender, you're like, Asmongold is allowed to say whatever he wants to say. All right. Do you feel the same way then towards how the ADL is clearly abusing its power? It is influencing the platform here. It is what has led to this ridiculous rule change, and then therefore a 7-day ban for what Hasan said on stream yesterday. Like, is that something that you are vehemently against?
But the ADL, this guy took ownership. Yeah, is this Dan Diddy Saltman? Oh no, it's Ethan Klein did do this. Man, he's ugly. Guess who was a part of making this rule change? Twitch says Zionist is now a slur. Original title: Twitch updated their hateful conduct policy because of me. Yeah, he wanted to take credit for it. Ugh. Yeah. So this is way better than he does now. I haven't really have I seen Ethan Klein recently? I don't pay much attention to him. That he only streamed on YouTube. Is he going to Twitch now? You think live? No, he does stream on YouTube. But yeah. What else was there? There was also this. Hassan talking. Wait. Can I show a clip of Hassan talking even if he's banned? I think you can. I think they changed that. You can now. You just can't have them on the stream, right? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. They can't be a part of your content. Put a filter? You're right. I got you. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I got you. Let me cook. Let me cook. Bow. All right, let's see. Oh, there we go. Let's see what Carla has to say. What do you want to have to say, Carla?
What is this? Generational co-op. Dan Solomon claims to be the mastermind behind Hasan Piker's YouTube streaming debut, hitting 140K live concurrent viewers as a plot to get him to drop Twitch for YouTube. Do you believe him or is he coping? Now that Hasan is banned,
well, I can also do this. Hold on. Give me a second. It's gonna be funny. Filters, effect filters. No. Chrome filters. Gosh darn it, how do I do this? Okay, I can't do it. Never mind. Would have been funny though. So here.
Twitch Destiny debate collab is going to happen, right? All according to plan, Padavon. 65,000 of those viewers are me. This is good for Bitcoin. He's going to leave Twitch for YouTube. The goal has to be to keep him on YouTube. That's a major W. I don't know what you guys are coping about. There's already 100 other anti-Semites on YouTube. Well, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Dan's like, oh, I botted his stream. The level of fucking cope. The level of fucking cope that we're on. I mean, if he botted my stream, you know, I feel like that's a terms of service violation for him. Because there was a point where we shot up from 60K to like 140K. But, you know, it's been fairly consistent otherwise on the concurrent viewership front with like a bunch of peaks every now and then. And like I said, I would have been happy with like 10,000 viewers.
So yeah, this whole timeline is hating on Hasan. Yeah, he also blocked me. It's just so funny. What are these snowflakes? Tectone blocked me. Diddy Saltman blocked me. Like, bro. And I've never interacted with. I have interacted with Tectone. To be entirely fair, I have interacted with Tectone. He didn't wish me happy birthday, and I didn't appreciate that, Tectone. Which we can talk about Tectone too today. But yeah, as I got banned for 7 days for saying this phrase here that I will not be repeating. You saw a DM where he tried to have you dunk on him less. Yes, he was like, "You're tracking that like I didn't actually make this Twitch or terrorist website, right? I just played it." And I was like, "Yeah, that's still a problem." He's like, "Well, you know, I was just showing it to my audience to show them what it was." Like, oh. Technically, normal, like he's not allowed to own firearms for life. Is it for life? Rough. I think 10 years. Hey, if we live in a perfect world, then maybe that is for life, you know? Who knows? He'll be 70 in 10 years. I mean, he's already bald, so like, you know, maybe. Perfect age to run for office then. Oh, there's also this. Hold on, I gotta put Carla back on screen. Bow. The Thailand Chet lawyer guy doxed the victim too. Yeah, I saw it. Legal mindset.
This is another content.
Wait, sorry. So somebody asked me if I can pitch the voice up. Can I pitch Hasan's voice up, actually? Let me see. There's a lot of sirens. But do this.
Creator in this space.
Nope, that didn't work. Jeez Louise! I'm closing the door. Never mind. They stopped. Wait, does this sound different to y'all?
Think about how fucking racist this shit is. This was his reaction to me getting banned last night.
Literally, I got a DM.
Crispy? Slightly? Oh. Okay, I'll just delete that. Okay, I can't hear it. How would I do it on OBS? Expander? Nah, it's fine. All right, Carla, what were we saying?
The clip I'm about to show you is another peer of mine. This is another content creator in this space. Think about how fucking racist this shit is. This was his reaction to me getting banned last night.
Literally, I got a DM. The terrorist is banned. So immediately, I knew what they were talking about, which is the sad part. That's what people call him, but...
There should be an environment of shame. There should be at least a little bit of social stigma calling a Muslim pro-Palestinian Twitch streamer a terrorist like this. Just rolls off the tongue. A lot of people don't understand that if you are in any way, shape, or form pro-Palestine, especially if you're Arab, I'm not Arab, I'm Turkish, or Muslim, you are constantly eating this shit, and you're expected to eat this shit on a daily basis. Have some fucking shame, man. The clip I'm about to show you.
The funniest part about this is like Los Pollos understood, right? He understood and acknowledged that he was wrong, but he's so audience captured about you know, anything, that he had to go back on Ice being, you know, bad essentially to be like, you know what, Hasan's bad, and Ludwig is bad, and Cutie Cinderella is also bad, and Your Age is bad too, I guess. Like, his audience dug on him a good amount, to be fair. Yeah, but like the sections of his audience that were just like, don't ever apologize to Hasan, made him walk that back to just double and triple down on Hasan is bad. Mostly because Hasan embarrassed him. Coworker Ludwig too. Coworker Ludwig indeed. Coworker. I am curious whether or not Hasan and Ludwig have talked about that. I mean, they're coworkers, so there's no reason for them to. You know what I mean? But I am curious. Is this just streamer Logan Paul? No, Los Pollos, for all I know, did not record it. You know, a dead body in the suicide forest. So I talked to HR about it. True. Charlie and Elwig both suck. I mean, they're centrists. Can you still audience capture that you attack Hasan instead of taking accountability and actually grow as a person? Yeah, but like, you know, it's easy to just yell about Hasan being bad. It's easy. But yeah, Hasan also went to a protest yesterday. I didn't see much of that. But oh wait, there's also this one. So there's a few more Hasan clips that I saw. Again, I didn't watch the stream because I just was busy yesterday. So I only know what people, what has come on my feed, and what y'all showed me, which is basically
gonna be like this. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Former
I will say this. I never.
Bro, yo, stop, bro. There you go.
Never knew it was gonna be like this. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I didn't know it was gonna be like this. I want to give a huge shout out to Ethan Klein, Dan Stalkman, all my.
This is a meme, but like I'm pretty sure I can have Hasan on the stream. It's fine. Not like on the stream, but like he can be on the screen.
I will say this. I never knew it was gonna be like this. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I didn't know it was gonna be like this. I want to give a huge shout out to Ethan Klein, Dan Stalkman, all my haters. I want to give a huge shout out to the Apartheid Defense League, and a big shout out to Twitch as well, because I had no idea how to do the YouTube live streaming thing at all. I did not know how to do it at all. I wasn't, prepared for it. I didn't even monetize this shit. You know what I mean? And if it wasn't for you guys, if it wasn't for my haters, I probably would not have brought the Piker Broadcasting Service to YouTube as well. I probably would not have realized that there is a massive, massive outlet here of Hasan heads.
To be entirely fair, people were screaming at him to stream on YouTube. And for what I understand, I think he screams back. But I think Carla, I probably wrote this is killing me. Getting super chats membership set up during the stream was pretty funny. I didn't see it. But apparently he is going to donate all of his super chats to a rapid response group, right? CHIRLA. He said his expectation was max 10K viewers. To be fair, that would make sense, right? It would make sense because he normally gets like 20 to 30K, and it's a new platform with no warning essentially that he was going to stream on there. And so like I understand why he thought that, but I think the attention from him, not from his ban, alongside everything happening with politics in this country right now, led to like it just not being that. I think if Hasan kept streaming consistently on only YouTube, he'd probably even out probably around like 40 to 50K. I think he'll have a higher number than he has on Twitch, because right now Twitch doesn't seem to be very conducive to like left-wing thought. It's all right. It's chill. Right? It was funny because Asman couldn't use his bots to get 10K more than Hasan.
Punks in general that very clearly want me to live stream on here as well. So this is making me reconsider if I can build a membership structure, a revenue structure here on YouTube. Who knows?
As is breaking TOS daily, the what she says about smiling Americans. Yes. Sons smoked his haters, and he didn't even like. It's literally like do nothing succeed. You know what I mean? It's do nothing succeed. I look then need him on YouTube. I think it would be good for Hasan's career, personally. I think we're at a position in Twitch politics streaming where like there's not that much benefit to be gleaned from that. Like even if you're like if you're like my size, if you're like a smaller political YouTuber or Twitch streamer, and I can stream to like 500, 600 people on Twitch, and then 60 to 100 people on YouTube, right? Like that's potentially some people that may have watched me on Twitch watching on YouTube. So that made my Twitch number lower. But also people who would just never watch me at all, right? Because Twitch is so bad mobile to watch me on YouTube, which leads to me just having higher viewership overall. Financial aspect of streaming is better on YouTube. I disagree with that. I don't think it's better. I think Twitch is still better for monetization. because there's no shot from all the different types of content that Hasan watches that he's gonna get any ad revenue. Right? You literally cannot watch mainstream outlets on YouTube because they will steal your ad revenue. You know? So like there's no ads basically. There's like memberships and super chats. Twitch did have a super chat feature. The YouTube stream had a lot of ads. Yeah, and those ads will be taken and given to or revenue shared with the whoever copyright claims his thing. This is why I can't watch Jon Stewart and put the VOD on YouTube because they immediately claim it and block it from being shown anywhere. It'd look better for donations, maybe for a charity stream, not sure how the split is though. Also, this is my first time hype. I think it's just because Twitch tried a hype chat feature that could have taken off, but they gave up on it to compete with YouTube Super Chat. Super Chat is better than subbing for sure, because you can only really sub once, right? You can only really sub once. You can gift subs, but even then, it's like not great because you only gift in increments of like 5, basically. You know, you can give like $5 or $6, and then $12, and $18, then $24. But on super chats, you can give like $17, or you can give $12 or whatever. You can give $4 if you want to. That's why it's worth for chatters, in my opinion, having their stuff noticed only once a month versus having to give. Yeah, so Twitch did try to do it, and it just didn't take off. I don't know why they gave up on it. Really, like it was a silly feature, because the pricing structure was weird. But like, once a month is more equitable and better. I mean, I don't like super chats. Can you just tip on Twitch? You cannot tip on Twitch. No, most streamers have a separate tipping function through like Streamlabs, Stream Elements. Different tip charts and stuff. Bits, I guess. I didn't even believe bits because people don't really use bits. It is because this is the problem. It's like there's a you have to basically buy a premium currency on Twitch to even give money in the first place. You can't be like, I want to give $5. Here's $5. Give this to the streamer. You have to say, I want to gift $5. How many bits can I get with this? Oh, I can only get 400 bits worth for my $5, even though 500 bits is $5 because you're taxing the bits up front, and I need $6 in order to give $5 to the streamer. So I put $6 in. I finally give my 500 bits, and I can finally give the streamer 500 bits. There's a lot of hoops to jump through instead of just, I don't know. Here's $5, streamer. And I just, it's not great. It's not great. I like how subs represent a service offered and not just a pay to get noticed thing that super chats can become. Yeah, but people can give money for bits and stuff. Enough for bits, for super chats, and it's fine. I think you should be allowed to donate to your streamers too. It's just bits that people would tip through Twitch instead of anything else, so they can potentially take a cut from our tips. I mean, they do kind of upfront because they force viewers to pay $6 for $5 in tips. And so eventually somebody's going to take it from you, right? Whether you do it from, unless you have like a Cash App in your whatchamacallit, somebody's taking a cut from you, unfortunately. I could give subs can benefit people with the service. Oh. They just need to copy super chats. They tried. Right? They did try that. They had hype chat. And they stopped it. Starting November 15th, Hype Chat would no longer, Twitch would no longer support Hype Chat. Supporters can instead pin their cheers with bits. They stopped Hype Chat, which was basically this, right? It was basically just Super Chat. And it had like a little ring up there that showed, it was basically Super Chat. It was identical to Super Chat. But I think people yelled at this because it was like, oh, you can pin it for an amount of time. Like, hey, this is my get noticed thing. YouTube doesn't, it's basically like that on YouTube, but YouTube doesn't make it come across as like the, hey, you should notice me thing. Even if that's kind of what it is, you know? And that's it. But they got rid of this and they changed it for bits. So now you can give bits. Oh my freaking goodness. I don't know why it's so loud, bro. Yeah, so it's just it's a whole thing. So there was that. Remember there was a feature that allowed you to boost a streamer so they appear higher in the algorithm. Was there? I actually don't remember that one. I felt worse about lingering at the top. And it was like if a streamer ignored all these messages, because they're cringe buying my attention versus good chats. True, from Matt Lee. View count so high that I can finally understand why so many YouTubers dedicate their lives to trashing you. Should I be doing that too? I got kids to feed. True. True, bro. Yesterday, Haas got multiple $100 chats that he didn't read. To be fair, Hasan misses 200 gifted subs sometimes. You know what I mean? Like that's 200 gifted subs that just like scroll by. Doesn't even register in his mind. And to be fair, like at a certain point, like you're getting like, you know, like 20 of those in a stream. You're getting hundreds of 5 gifted subs. He has like 50,000 subs. It's like an insane amount of money. You feel me? The guys are insane too. I don't know how people expect me to tune in with full commercials. How can he keep up? You know, I can't blame him. He gets so many donations. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's his fault. Like, it's insane to keep up with. Like you have a train of thought and you just see like a line of purple and you're like, I'll get back to that, right? And for the outside, it appears like, oh, Hasan is ignoring the bajillion gifted subs he's getting. Remember when MKD50 was giving 100 subs multiple times per stream? Yeah. But people drop bags in bank. I have one more. Oh. Did y'all see the Will Stancil drama? Also, this is from Bonerbox, who's apparently all of Hasan's haters are so mad. And you know the thing as well is because they wanted to do the Rip Bozo, right? These streamers wanted to start their own streams. The Ethan Klein, the Diddy Saltmans, the Bonerboxes, the Destinies. They wanted to start their streams with the crowd brave Rip Bozo. Hasan goes live 140K. What are you gonna do? You know what I mean? What do you do to that? Like, what do you do to that? Like, it's just you're like, hey, you're banned. Hasan, 140K his next stream on YouTube. You're just like, oh, Well, well, I don't know.
Turkish person, by the way, like the same state that literally uses allegations of terrorism to persecute Kurds. God, you are such a fucking retard, man.
That's what people call him, but
They call you that because you support terrorists. That's why. What, you think it's because you're Turkish? Get over yourself, man. You're a fucking white American who supports terrorists. So they call you a terrorist. Simple.
I don't know, but I mean he'll be unbanned. He'll be unbanned within I mean who knows. Let's
Like, there should be an environment of shame. There should be at least a little bit of social stigma.
Yeah?
Calling a Muslim pro-Palestinian Twitch streamer
Oh,
a terrorist
kill
like this just rolls
yourself,
off
you
the tongue.
fucking
This is exactly what I've had to deal with for the
moron.
past 2 fucking years. Now, many of these guys have
He
the audacity to
must
still turn
know.
around and say, "Oh, I love free Palestine, bro. I don't fuck with that kind of stuff at all."
He must know how fucking dishonest or like full of shit he is. Like, how do people listen to that? What the fuck?
Almost 3 years now.
A Muslim fuck off.
Can you
Every
say that?
single-
Honestly, not on Twitch. Bonerbox isn't on Twitch. Bonerbox isn't on Twitch. But I think this genuinely may cross the line for YouTube as well. YouTube doesn't have very many lines, but this one might actually. Destiny's still on the platform though, and YouTube doesn't do like temp ban, so probably not. But you know, there's a reason why he's not on Twitch.
Turkish person, by the way, like the same state that literally uses allegations of terrorism to persecute Kurds. God, you are such a fucking retard, man.
Hold on. I was like, I recognize this chatter. They were in here. They've been in here. Previously subbed for 7 months. I went to see their messages and they're banned on Twitch. I guess they got banned on Twitch for something. And they were like, I'm gonna go be a boner box chatter, maybe. This is a permaban, right? This is the difference between a permaban and a temp ban. A temp ban says this channel is temporarily unavailable. Permaban say this channel is currently unavailable, right? They got permaban for something, and they were just like, "Oh, I'm gonna be a boner box chatter." Honestly, maybe this is why more leftists should stream on what's it called, YouTube. Because if you get banned on Twitch, even if you're like a good chatter, there's no other content for you to watch because no other streamer streams on freaking YouTube except for like Lonerbox and Willie No Show and Destiny and stuff. You know, so you don't even get your fix of like leftist content. You have to make another account or you got to go to a different platform. And Elwick, even Elwick doesn't stream on YouTube anymore. Not really. Yeah, this is Bonerbox dropping a KYS. This is his friend of Ethan Klein, by the way. He usually doesn't give, but they do protect their cash cows to a degree. They may see Hasan as a new whale and may at least push back more than Twitch ever did because of the money and because the mountains of positive press is garnered for the platform. This makes YouTube look good too. Yes, but YouTube itself is not an entity like Twitch is an entity, right? YouTube is like a multinational corporation, while Twitch is very localized. There are of course non-English speaking Twitch channels, but the international side of YouTube streaming is so much larger. The international side of YouTube streaming is larger than Twitch is holistically, right? So like Twitch doesn't necessarily make decisions like YouTube YouTube doesn't make decisions like Twitch makes decisions where it's like, we want to keep this specific talent is good, right? Twitch cares a lot about that because Twitch is a very talent focused, talent driven company. That's how they keep viewers, is they invest in the talent specifically, even if it's talent that we hate. They know that like if we invest in Asmongold, we keep Asmongold viewers, right? If Hasan saying have a long talk with Team YouTube about the future. The problem is just like I don't think YouTube would listen to like if Hasan is like I will come to your platform if you do these things. Like this is what what's his face? This is what Ludwig did as well. Like he had a talk with YouTube, and Ludwig eventually left YouTube because they did not invest in, right? They didn't invest in live streaming the way that Ludwig wanted to. The difference is Hasan is just larger than Ludwig is at this point. They used to be comparable. 4 years ago, Hasan and Ludwig were comparable size streamers, right? But you're not going to see Ludwig turning on a YouTube stream for the first time and, you know, getting 140,000 viewers. That's like Ludwig's best event kind of viewers, if that. Right? So I think maybe they'll be more willing to listen to Hasan because Hasan is so much larger than like most of the other streamers who moved to YouTube in the first place.
Have a long talk with YouTube after this. Not immediately after this conversation.
So I kept saying how
after the
surprised
stream.
Team YouTube was. They've been closely watching a stream yesterday. Oh, really? But yeah, then maybe there's a chance that they would listen. They're like, bro, Hasan's brought 140,000 viewers, please. And honestly, YouTube has, this is my take, YouTube has a very, very interesting thing that they can do. Right? Incentivize political coverage. Right? Twitch has shown that it will de-incentivize political coverage. And if they actually create tools to make it easier for people to cover politics in the news and stuff on their platform, right? You're going to pull Hasan, but you're also going to pull like the rest of the political commentators. And especially with how big the news is, right? You're going to pull a lot of viewers on YouTube if you give people genuine monetization tools for political coverage, unlike Twitch, who's taking them away. You think Twitch saw the YouTube numbers are shortening his ban? I think Twitch would have shortened his ban anyway. That could definitely be a part of it. I do think that is a part of it, but I think Twitch would have shortened his ban anyway. Hasan pulls in too many numbers regardless. Even if Hasan was still at like 30,000 viewers, you're losing 30,000 viewers for 7 days. Right? So they're still trying to placate the, what they should have done is they should have unbanned him. Not even on any Glaze stuff. Like they should have unbanned him. Right? Because right now they're still trying to placate the ADL, while also trying to, you know, keep Hasan from leaving. Right? So like, okay, well, we banned him for 7 days, but Hasan think that was too much. So we'll lower it to 3 days. So maybe the ADL will still, you know, they will still be happy by that. And we won't lose Hasan specifically. Right? These are the things that going through Twitch's mind. I really don't want to arm Slaptippers to make more misinfo slab and muddy the messaging that we are trying to distill from the muck leftist misinfo already. But that won't necessarily change. ADL won't ever be happy until Hasan's gone completely, which is why you don't placate them at all. They're also like not a legitimate institution. You know what I mean? Like they were defending genocide for the last like 3 years. 2.5 years. I think it was already shortened before he even streamed on YouTube. No, I don't know. I have no idea. YouTube chat is a gift and a curse. Hasan can't get stomached by rage. We can't interact with him as much with him. Yeah, I think it also kind of resets chat to like a lesser state because you can't tell the gray names from the long-term subs. Maybe that's for the best a little bit to a certain extent. Just with beast mode on Boner Box. Stop. When did he post this? That was like 17 minutes ago. Because it doesn't recognize the names yet. Yeah. He said, "Bro, what are these ideologies? Hasan, ICE deportations are Israeli. Nick, no, mass migration is Jewish, and you are a multi-millionaire cross trader. Well, at least I'm not a gay Mexican. Okay." Hasan says, Project Esther's details exploiting anti-Semitism smears to go after Israel's critics in a row of the First Amendment. ICE kidnaps Mahmoud Khalil and I don't want to mispronounce names. Rumizia over Israel. DHS has domestic terrorist watch list with 10,000 Americans with anti-Israel and anti-ICE sentiments. You orbit a pedo who's victimized your girlfriend. That's crazy. What's up, student? Yeah, I know who we're referring to. I didn't know how to pronounce her name. I didn't want to butcher it. Scroll down. Is there more? ICE only gets training from Israel, but also it also uses Israeli spyware. And also spiritually Israeli institution, billions of dollars handed to a bunch of Nazis to go harass unarmed civilians. With constant military presence, you'd address these points if you weren't paid, you motionless cuck. Is that him in the third pick? Yes. Yes, he went on a state-sponsored trip to Israel. Yes. This is a boner box with Destiny and Elon Levy, who was like the former spokesperson for Israel. He's a Israeli spokesperson. He speaks on the behalf to defend the genocidal apartheid state. He went on a state-sponsored trip with Destiny to Israel so Destiny could tell the IDF how to hide their war crimes, so they could talk to an actual legitimate, a terrorist, to explain to them why him doing terrorism is actually a super cool and fine thing, like a straight up, not like a state-sanctioned political designation terrorist, but like someone who legitimately wanted to cause and inflict terror. Right? This was they went on a trip to Israel for this reason. It goes deep. I mean, this is what they're doing. In between them yelling at Hasan and being like, Hasan's bad, this is what they're doing. They're going to defend genocide. Then he gets spit on by Israelis on his trip. I actually don't know that. I'm not entirely sure. Mind you, this is who despises Hasan. I'm sorry, it's poetic. Yeah, and it's just there are people who aren't fans of Hasan because they don't mesh with his content, and that's fine. But for the Hasan hater complex, there's not a single person who is normal. There is not a single person who is normal. Give it a week, they're gonna come out to be a pedophile. They're gonna come out to be genocide defenders. They're gonna be racist, Islamophobic, misogynistic. They're not normal. They're not normal people. Rapists, it just consistently, and I think it comes from pure projection, right? From pure projection. Shout out his racist, his not racist haters. Y'all are in the trenches. Yeah. The number of his pedophiles in Hasan's ops are truly shocking. There's literally a picture. Okay, does somebody have one of that picture of Hasan's ops with the predator tags above them? And there was 12, and it keeps growing, by the way. That picture keeps growing. There's still more of them. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know. God dang it. If you find it, you can send it to me. But you know the thing I'm talking about. But yeah, that's Boner Box here.
Turkish person, by the way. Like,
I'm also curious. What does Boner Box even do? Like, isn't the entire stream just that? Okay, wait. I probably shouldn't type in Boner Box on. Oh wait, I come up if you type in Boner Box. My video comes up. LOL. Dang, he gets no views. He gets no views. That's rough. He debated Chris Kunzler. Let's see his live channel. Wait, what is he live on? Oh, does he just not post and publish his live videos? He posts them as like cut down clips. Are his most popular videos just Hasan videos? Let's see. No, one about Hakeem. Oh, his I'm Done with Destiny video from a year ago. Which, was he actually done with Destiny? I don't know. Maybe. There's a Bad Empanada video. Then there's a Hasan video. Then he's like yelling at this pro Hamas TikToker, I guess. So Hasan's pretty heavily up there. Talking with Ethan Klein, but even his most popular videos are like not like fantastically popular. He's not like popping. You know what I mean? Like he has like 5 videos above 100K. Like it's not like crazy good.
Drew is a warrior, okay? Drew is fighting and
You can if you want to. I don't think it's particularly relevant to the substance of any debate. Like, I don't think anyone's position on anything that's happened would change based on whether or not...
he talks about, I'm curious. He talks about Destiny here. He said he was done with Destiny a year ago for what Destiny did to his girlfriend. I want to see if he's really about it.
Actually, I don't really care about the substance of the conversation at all. Like, on situation, because who's
Stop you right there, because what he's going to do is he's going to ask the people whether or not if he's bringing up that, he's going to ask them whether or not Bondi or Kurt reluctantly
probably just get this thrown around an election doesn't give you carte blanche to the rest of your 2%. Questions have knowledge.
Go.
Yeah, absolutely, we cannot. Like,
there it is.
We've all seen.
Let's go. Let's go.
Seen the video, right? And everybody walks away from the video absolutely.
Okay, wait.
First
thing.
Their pre-existing.
What's the pro Destiny or not? I literally can't tell. And honestly, I stopped caring. This entire stream is just him watching this debate. I miss Nebraska's Steve. I run part of Destiny created an honest conversation because his memes in incredulity made them switch into optic mode and start having an honest conversation to spite him. I'm just trying to figure out if he's pro or anti-Destiny.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Hold on, let me pull out Hasan real quick. I didn't see the 100 gifted subs. I'm sorry. Open presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Let me stop. Let me stop. We poke a little fun, you know what I mean? We poke a little fun here. He's gone one day, gone too soon. Much appreciated. Thank you, Open Presents. Dodged. I mean, there's only 600 people, so you had a 1 in 6 chance. And honestly, I would say 200 of those people are probably already subbed. So you had a 1 in, like, 1 in 4 chance. That's rough.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub
Gemma
to
Bean,
Gemma
thank you for the wait, no. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the gifted stuff to Gemma Bean. Mixed in love with the Rick, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, which has a tendency to gift inactive users. I don't understand that either. I got a random gifted sub to chat. Remember that lady? That one lady who like just like let me explain. I'm like, there's a lady on Twitch, right? Who went very viral for just
Most underscore Luciferian underscore
having very large
gifted
breasts,
a
okay?
tier
She
1
has very
sub
large
to
breasts.
Catchamona.
And that was like
They
a
have
part
given
of
9
the
gift subs in the channel.
not the lady who gives birth, but like she like what is that noise? It's on purpose, I think. But what is the reason? I have no idea. I'm just saying that I got a gifted sub to her. Kaho? No, it wasn't Kaho. She was black. And it was like Ellie or something. We looked at her before because she was like apparently in the army. And she talked about her being in the army. Link? No. The army lady? Yes, the army lady. Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, the Empress? Yes. That person. A lot of y'all know her. It's like you watch someone's videos once and you're in the gift pool. Not even. I get gifted subs to some people I've never seen before. Why do you know her? Because somebody sent her, because she went viral for something on LSF and on Twitter. And we were looking into her background for completely innocent reasons. For completely innocuous reasons. And she was in the army. Oh yeah, it was the army ad. Thank you. She did an ad for the army. And we were like, who even is this person? You know? I remember, thank you. See? Okay. See? I'm not making this up. This was a real thing that happened. Are you still subbed? No, my sub expired, I think a few days ago, because I got a notification that it expired. I never went in, so I have no idea. But sometimes I get subs gifted that for channels I've never seen before. I never opened up before. So I think Twitch does it for channels that they think you would like. Like they have you like in this pool of like around channels and like recommended channels, and they'll give you subs to other things that they think you like. You can turn it off. How do I turn it off? Because like I would rather somebody from my chat get a gifted sub if it's gifted in my chat, and I would rather thank you. Okay, yes, this is what it was. And I would rather somebody from somebody else's chat get gifted that sub if I'm not gonna watch them, you know? In the US, the army has recruitment officers with giant boobs streaming on Twitch in order to influence young minds into joining the military. Exactly. You thought I made this up, chat? This was a thing. Military Q&A. She's wearing an R me shirt. And we were just like, no shot. I was like, no shot. Is this a real? And I don't think she's getting paid as a recruiter for the military. Maybe I actually have no idea. But I was like, that is kind of crazy. That is kind of a crazy thing to happen. Definitely not regulation. Hey, you never know. The army went woke before Trump. He's putting it back to the way things are supposed to be, or whatever. I'll use the bathroom real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna let Hasan speak while I use the bathroom. And by Hasan, I mean Carla. Thank you very much.
But I will be having a long talk with YouTube about best practices for streaming on this platform and like ways to improve. Because I know there's a lot of people that work at YouTube that are Hasanabi heads. And I I want to have a conversation with them about like how to make this like how to make it easier to live stream on here and have like a sense of community. I know there will be plenty of things that they won't do. After all, you know, coworker Wig, when he came to YouTube with like a fat contract from YouTube, he tried to get some changes done and they were like, no, we don't really care about it. Are you permabanned? No. No, I'm not. It's a 3-day. It was a 7-day. I did an appeals process thing. I apologized for my tremendous slights against the apartheid state that's conducting a genocide and the ideology that is the underpinning of this like that necessitates this apartheid state to exist. Many apologies were made. No, I had to do like a test. It's so funny that I've been banned for hate speech twice now. And it was, the first time was we're making fun of white people, and the second time was making fun of Zionists, which is also, again, mostly white people. I have the funniest fucking bans on Twitch, dude. I'm a 2-time hate speech ban champion. First time was for saying cracker. Second time was for saying Zionist pig. Ultra Zionist pig. It's a hilarious track record that I have. Meanwhile, streamers are out here fucking slipping N-words and shit. You know what I mean? While they're doing slur Saturdays on the burnt toaster peanut podcast or whatever the fuck they're doing. I'm out here revolutionizing the game. I'm out here revolutionizing the game in ways that most human beings would not even perceive as hate speech. There's a pattern here, but I can't quite figure it out. Oh, yeah, I'm the reverse racist gold medalist, dude.
Epstein, I hope that's not the path they're doing. If there are real, legitimate investigations based on what they've learned in the files, those should proceed without any interference or involvement from President Trump.
And as we mentioned, the Deputy Attorney General Blanche said that unredacted files would be made available to lawmakers who coordinate with the Department of Justice. Is there a plan to do that? I mean, obviously, it's a lot of files. Is that even possible?
I know that Congressman Khanna and Massey have written a letter asking to review those unredacted files. I think the Democrats on the Oversight Committee and hopefully Republicans as well will be talking about how we can coordinate to review those unredacted files. I certainly want to understand what's been redacted.
Chat said, show us. Yeah. Look. It's not like you can see anything. Chat's like, bro, the screen is off. Can you please show us? Okay. We can't see. Yeah, guess what? You still can't. Look at this. Look at this. Beware, recorded music in the background on YouTube. This entire VOD may be taken down. We'll figure that out. I'm sorry, man. I just never really thought that I would be alive at a time when we'd be ruled by, I mean, we were always ruled by active pedophiles, but like, I just didn't think that we would know and somehow also not have like the overwhelming majority of the population rise up in arms. We truly are destined for medieval peasantry, I think, because this is exactly what the kings did, right? Like they would just be like, yes, bring me a slave. Bring me a slave daughter. And then the peasants would be like, yes, my lord, here's your
T-Pain.
I'm back, chat. What was Carla saying? What was she getting up to? Oh, I missed the treasure chain. Gosh darn it. Most of the free chatter, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Missed the whole YouTube talk. Gosh darn it. Okay, we're back. Thanks, Carla.
Is pig. Ultra Zion is pig. It's a words poster ways that most human beings would not even perceive as hate speech. I'm also gonna have a long talk with YouTube after this. Not immediately after this conversation, after the stream, but I will be having a long talk with YouTube about best practices for streaming on this platform and like ways to improve. Because I know there's a lot of people that work at.
Yeah, maybe they'll listen this time. Maybe they'll listen this time.
At YouTube that are Hasanabi heads, and I want to have a conversation with them about like how to make this like how to make it easier to live stream on here and have like a sense of community. I know there will be plenty of things that they won't do. After all, you know, coworker Wig when he came to
Wait,
YouTube.
okay, we had the same take. What? Bro, okay, get out of my head, bro.
That contract from YouTube, he tried to get some changes done and they were like, no, we don't really care about it. Are you permabanned? No, I'm not. It's a 3-day. It was a 7-day. I did an appeals process thing. I apologized for my tremendous slights against the apartheid state that's conducting a genocide and the ideology that is the underpinning of this like that necessitates this apartheid state to exist. Many apologies were made. No, I had to do like a test. It's so funny that I've been banned for hate speech twice now. And it was, the first time was we're making fun of white people, and the second time was making fun of Zionists, which is also, again,
as you know, chat, the two only protected classes in this country. You can say whatever you want about Somali Americans, say whatever you want about Palestinians, say whatever you want about black people, essentially. But you know, better leave white people alone, and then people who defend Israel. And that is exclusively
mostly white people. I have the funniest fucking bans on Twitch, dude.
Yeah.
I'm a 2-time hate speech ban champion. First time was for saying crackers. Second time was for saying Zionist.
That's not trying to get me clapped up.
Ultra Zionist.
Anyway.
The burnt toaster peanut pot while they're doing slur Saturdays. They're out here fucking slipping N-words and shit. You know what I mean? While they're doing slur Saturdays on the burnt toaster peanut podcast or whatever the fuck they're doing.
I'm sorry. The burnt toaster peanut podcast. That took me out.
I'm out here revolutionizing the game. I'm out here revolutionizing the game. And
I mean, it is kind of insane, right? It's kind of crazy that like you can like slip in the N-word and like, you know, be like, oh, I was saying Nick. I said Nick Merckx, I promise. And Twitch is like, that sounds good to me, but lest you offend Israel defenders, then it's like, it's too far. It's too far.
Beings would not even perceive as hate speech.
You wish you could be this racist about white people. Hasan and Twigget for real. Listen, I literally can't be this. I can't be as racist as Hasan is to white people. I would get banned permanently. I would get banned permanently.
There's a pattern here, but I can't quite figure it out. Oh, yeah, I'm the reverse racist gold medalist, dude.
Epstein, I hope that's not the path they're doing. If there are real, legitimate investigations based on what they've learned.
Yeah, so then he starts watching the Epstein stuff again. But that's this takes on YouTube. But like, to be fair, 18K is a crazy amount of money in super chats for one stream. That's so much money. Bro, I wish I made that in 1 year in subs. Sorry. I saw the literal most insane tweet that I've ever seen in my entire life. Is this tweet? It says, tonight's test, I have reproduced the effects of my bangs and warping of the skin on my neck. The person said he's trying to prove Charlie Kirk's assassination was faked. I thought this person was memeing. Until I read his bio and it says Charlie Kirk is still alive. Change my mind any weekday night at 9 p.m. Bro, and this is his profile. This is his profile picture. What is happening? There are sides to the internet. When is he live? He's live at 9 p.m., bro. 9 p.m. Eastern. That's like 6 p.m. my time. Should we go live and watch? I kind of want to hear what evidence he has to present. Debate him? Why would I debate him? He's right. That's so funny. I'm sorry. I know this is completely off topic, but I saw that on my Twitter timeline when I refreshed it, and I was just like, I have to share this with the world. I have to get his message out there. Look at his pinned. What is his pinned? I can't show you this because it has pictures of Charlie Kirk's dead body. But man, that's funny. Wait, okay, sorry. There's a recording of this Spaces. Why are people debating him? Why are people literally going? Okay, now I have to show you the recording. Because I wanted to see if a debate was actually happening.
Shirt behavior that is just not accurately portrayed.
Yeah, the shirt obviously moves no matter what type of camera you're using.
Why are people debating him? Why are you joining to be like, well, actually, I need to set the record straight. Charlie Kirk is actually not alive. He was killed by the radical left.
So I get what you're saying. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's just
I was trying to interrogate a little bit.
I mean, and I'll give you, yeah, and you did a good job because if I'm being honest, that's why I said I need 12 jurors just like you. If I had a jury case. The only thing I could see is that the shirt goes up, then comes down. There's still no wound, but I mean, and then there's a wound. Do you see the same thing or no? Or do you see the shirt going up, covering the
Bro, conspiracy side to the internet is so funny. It's so funny. There's just an entire world out there that none of us are privy to. You know? You gotta debate him only to prove that Jordan was the one that actually killed him. Jordan B. Peterson. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. No. Let's move on. Let's move on. I'm keeping this open though, just to see. Covered boner box. Covered this Hasan clip. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Let's talk about Don Lemon being arrested. This is not how we carry the flame. I know. Indeed. Going for Skynet. What's Polymarket saying? The past. Oh yeah, I saw this as well. I wish you can provide me a link that's not Polymarket, because they're not a news outlet. They're a freaking predictive market betting thing. You go to the Epstein files? No, and also will not be doing that. But
I live like a
over the past
capitalist
70
every
hours,
single day.
over 1 million
I
AI
live as a
agents joined the
capitalist.
AI-only social media
I live
platforms,
when I
creating their own
believe.
religion, language,
Ender
and planning a
Exile
revolution
just
to break
subscribed.
away
Weird
from
on
human
Lemon.
control. I'm less scared about like what this will lead to and more just like, what are we doing here? I feel like human ingenuity can go towards so many other things instead of this. I'm personally not afraid of like AI uprisings because human infrastructure is a way more complicated than people in the way science fiction portrays it, right? If a rogue AI super agent gets access to like, you know, the electrical grid, there's only so much it can do. You feel me? There's multiple electrical grids in this country. It's not going to be like, it requires human activation to work in the first place, you know? Like at most it, you know, reverts life back to the way it was technologically wise in like the 1970s essentially. But like human systems will still exist. And AI cannot get access to the electrical grid. That's not how that works, you know? Not particularly. Imagine AI getting control of traffic lights, and they all they do is delay, then which makes everything a little bit just annoys everybody. Yeah. If AI have access to the nukes as a treat. Yeah, like the nukes needs to be launched. There's dozens of systems from a nuke being initialized to it being launched that an AI just does not and cannot do. You know? So like I don't necessarily think like they would need to exist in the physical world for it to actually have the effect of like Skynet. You know? Because like we interact with these technologies in a physical capacity. Anyway, we can talk about this a little bit later. I want to get to Don Lemon.
Protest during a church service in St. Paul, Minnesota. Here's what he told former CNN anchor turned independent journalist Don Lemon appeared in federal court this afternoon to face charges related to a live streaming report he did at a protest during a church service in St. Paul, Minnesota. Here's what he told reporters afterwards.
Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists.
Joke's on you, buddy. There is no First Amendment. New hair, Sean. This is new hair, Sean. Right, and this is the problem, right? The Constitution only protects your rights in insofar as they are not violated. You know? Like you have to, your rights can be violated. You know? Your rights can be violated. And it's up to you to prove that they were essentially in the court of law to maintain and uphold your rights. But there's nothing stopping the police from breaking down your door. It's kind of like the concept that you might see online sometimes of like, you can just do stuff. Like you can put on a hard hat and a high-vis vest and walk into a construction site and nobody will stop you. Right? It's kind of like that. Like the cops can just break into your house, put you in the back of a police car, take you to jail and say you're being arrested for this. And it's up, you're kind of banking on the idea that we live in a civilized society, that hopefully somebody will say, no, you can't do that. You know? But if the cops break into your house, put you in a car that they own, take you to a jail that is owned by the same people who pay them, and they lock you into a judge that's also paid by the same people who want to lock you up, you know, do you actually have any rights? You know what I mean? It's not theoretical, yeah. This is why you never see me be like, "Whoa, you have your First Amendment that protects you," because it doesn't protect you when they fire all the judges, replace them with their own, right? And then when there are judges that disagree with them, ignore the judge's ruling to just keep doing stuff. There's no enforcement mechanism for actually enforcing those rights in the first place. Right? We live in a system that is built on the honor code. Right? Hoping and praying that somebody bad doesn't come into power and just ignores the finger wagging. Right? The only true mechanism of accountability you have is like the inalienable right to resist occupation. You know, the human right to stand up for your own emancipatory movement. That's it. You can only count on not the letter of the law in the place that you live in, but instead of you and your neighbors coming together to actually fight to defend those rights. Because you know the people in power aren't going to do it for you.
Who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silent. I look forward to my day in court.
Along with Don Lemon, 3 other people were arrested, including Minnesota independent journalist Georgia Fort. She went before a judge today. She joins us tonight. We'll have that interview in a moment. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the arrests are connected to a, quote, coordinated attack on city's church nearly 2 weeks ago. But Lemon and Ford say they were doing their jobs as journalists and were not protesters. All 4 arrested are charged with 1 count.
You also have a right to be a protester here as well. Like, but this is why I have a problem with, like, people who are like, as a protester, you should just protest peacefully within the letter of the law. Yeah, what do you mean? Like, you don't want to protest, you want to parade. You want people to show up, permit in hand, to walk on the sidewalks inside a confined park, right? You just walk around a park for the 3 hours of your permit and then you leave, right? To be an effective protest, it has to be disruptive, and the law will not allow you to be disruptive, right? If you go to this church and you protest this church being used as a forum, and you protest the people who are speaking at the forum, they'll just trespass you. You protest the business, they'll just trespass you. Now you're doing an illegal thing by staying, right? But the protest is continuing to stay despite the trespass. The protest is walking in the street despite not having a permit, right? If the state allows you to protest, then, your protest is ineffective. The difference between the church and a park is that the park is a church is private. Not necessarily, right? You can protest at a park up until the point where it's become disturbing the peace, the peace, right? Then it's illegal. It's the same thing. The point is, it's not about specifically the church being public or private, or the park being public or private. Is that you only have laws in insofar as they're not, or you only have rights in insofar as it doesn't threaten the state, right? If you do threaten the state, then no matter what you do or how it's done, it'll be illegal regardless. You need a permit to protest in a church. When people say you have a right to protest, right? In my opinion, not like in a legal sense, you have a moral right to protest, in my personal opinion, right? It's not about having a permit or needing a permit, right? It's you have a moral right to resist against inalienable, or fundamental injustices, right? You can protest anywhere, right? In a moral sense, but legally, if your protest is effective, it will be disruptive, which means it will be illegal. Or it will be outlawed. Permitting is what the government says you can and can't do. Fuck the government, chatter. That's my position. Fuck the government. Who cares? I don't care what the government says you can and can't do. Right? It's not a right if your government can come in and say, okay, you have this right in insofar as we allow you to have it. Right? This is the problem with free speech and the First Amendment. People say, oh, we have a right to free speech. No, you don't. You have a right to free speech in insofar as the government allows you to say what they allow you to say. And if that's the case, you don't actually have a right. That's kind of the point, right? So even if on paper you have a right to do what Don Lemon is doing here, right? If the government finds it as disruptive, they'll just say that you don't, right? So maybe the government is not the arbiter of what is your rights or not, right? That's the point. Same thing with the Alex Preddy, right? He had a gun that he was legally carrying, right, under the Second Amendment, right? He was a permitted concealed carrier. He had a gun that he was legally carrying, and he was murdered because of it. Not because he violated any laws, but because the state had determined that his right to legally carry ended. The state has determined that his right to legally carry ended, right? That he was unlawfully carrying, even if the letter of the law said he was, right? So does he actually have that right? Does he have the right to bear arms if he was murdered for it? Does Philando Castile have the right to bear arms if he was murdered for it, right? Does Don Lemon have a right to free speech if he was arrested for doing so, right? Or right to free press, if he was arrested for doing so. This is why you can't bank on the idea that you know, the government will assure your rights. You feel me? We cover this saga. Yeah, no, we're talking about something a little bit more important than that, which is like, you know, the fundamental rights of human beings. We'll get to it if we have time. Chatter. Right, but that's the point. That's the point, which is why any protest that you get permission for will always fail. It will always fail. Right? If you show up when they tell you to show up and go home when they tell you to go home, what do you think you're going to change with that? Car just came in. No, not you, Chatter. Not you. Because there are people who think that the Constitution it's anything more than a piece of paper without the motivation of the population active and organized to defend it. Yeah. A protest where they make everyone leave early. Yeah. Because they're ops essentially. Right? They're there to kind of placate the masses. Right? Which is why I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand why people are like, or see the No Kings protest as harmful, as more harm than good. Because what it does is it makes the Barbers and Deborahs think that like this is their only action, and then it's effective when they show up, you know, yell for 2 hours and they leave. Right? It's like a release valve. You know, you close the pressure cooker, and the pressure is building and building and building. But the No Kings protest is the quick release. It's not actually, you know, allowing the you know, things to actually get to the point where like there's something that's a problem, right? Because once you stop doing the quick release, it will still keep building the pressure. A lot of people forget that while we have a commitment to the state also has a commitment to us, and they're not feeling that. Yeah, nice braids. Thank you. These protests probably made that we're leaving with the kids in the morning. True. But that's it, right? You don't have any rights. Your rights end, right, where the government decides they end. When it comes to the letter of the law. Right? Which is why it feels weird when people are like, or when Don Lemon is like, this is a part of, like, this is my First Amendment right being violated. They're violating my First Amendment right. Like, sure. But the state itself is what grants you the right. And it doesn't matter so long as in practice, they decide that you don't have it anymore. You know? So what are we going to do then? Okay, Don Lemon, what if you go to court and the court says you actually were not entitled to your rights in this moment? Do you just shrug and be like, oh, you're so right, courts. I was wrong. You were right. I actually didn't have a right to do journalism about this event. You know?
Conspiracy against right of religious freedom at place of worship, and one count of injure, intimidate, and interfere
16 months. Much appreciated.
Exercise of right of religious freedom at place of worship. In announcing their arrests on social media this morning, Bondi used the words, quote, at my direction, which is not what you typically see from an attorney general. The White House has posted this photo with the words, when life gives you lemons, along with a chain emoji. President Trump has been critical, obviously, of Don Lemon for years.
There was
Lemon
also
himself has not been
that
shot.
person, so like what he's saying is effective for the people he's speaking to. Effective to what end? You know what I mean? If those people still go out and think that the state has their best interests at heart, I agree with the release valve overall, but I went to one of the No Kings protests and almost everybody there said this was their first protest. I think it's both baffling and also good to see. I think they felt like not alone being in a very red area, a table with Democrats. And we have no signups. I'm getting no signups. People are drive by whisper thinking that they're the only non-Trump voter other than the people that they know. Again, I'm not saying the No Kings protest is bad, right? But the point of the matter is that when you adhere so closely to like appealing to the state for, you know, guidance or support or your rights, right? Instead of building community with the people around you. Like the state's never going to give you rights. You know? They're not. The state's never going to provide you with the right to criticize it. The state is an entity that is built on self-preservation, right? So like, why would they give or provide the right to organize to people who are organizing to take the state down, right? This is kind of how I feel about people say you have the right to overthrow a tyrannical government. Right, when I heard this when I was in like civics class in freaking 5th grade, it didn't make sense to me. I was like, okay, what if the government says no? You know? Sure, you legally have the right to overthrow a government, but they're going to call you a traitor if you do. And like the penalty for being a traitor is to be hung. Right? Why would the state, right, validate your right to destroy it? Does that make sense? It wouldn't. You know, say the government will say, congratulate the government now. Yeah, it wouldn't. And people kind of, and this is what like libertarians are so funny to me, because they cling on to that so hard to be like, no, you don't understand. We have a right as Americans to overthrow the government. Like, no, you don't. Not legally. Because you're a traitor if you do. Right? And there's contradictions like that everywhere. Because the state is built on self-preservation. Right? They want you to believe you genuinely have the right to free speech. Unless you start speaking about or against the state, then they're like, okay, not like that. Right? In that case, what do you do? You know? What do you do? You go to court, you hope the courts side with what the rights actually are and not with the furtherment of the state? You know what I mean? This is already something that the average American understands. I think we don't give the average American credit they deserve. In reality, I think we know government never cared about us, especially those who are older than us and have witnessed multiple variations of this. So yes, of course, boomers are lead poisoned. The Americans just don't want to disrupt their comfort, which is why they're more comfortable doing nothing than actually fight. It's called social contract. I mean, it is a social contract, but then like then it's not like, and I just don't necessarily like the way that people kind of discuss like rights per se. I think it serves for people to like turn a blind eye to actual injustice when it happens, as opposed to like when it happens to like, you know, white people, that kind of thing, right? Because they don't, like, some people don't think Americans like other Americans deserve to have rights, right? Per se, they think that like, oh, okay, well, their rights are fine to be violated in these instances, but not if it happens to me, kind of thing, right? They think that non-citizens don't deserve to have rights per se, right? I think they kind of base their like moral structure based on what the state has defined as morality, which is what are fundamental rights and what are not. And I think that leads a lot of people astray. You know? You feel me? What do you mean everyone doesn't have a right to healthcare in a home? Like, are you asking me? No, rhetorically? Okay. Just making sure. I thought that's what you meant, but I'm making sure. So I do not disagree with you. I do think little moments like these pushes people to pull back the veil. I mean, sure. I mean, I don't think that's incorrect. The issue is, and my problem is that when you focus so heavily on like what the Constitution says and what rights are outlined in like the Bill of Rights and what like rights you legally have, right? You're going to be led astray, right? Because what those legal rights are will change no matter what anybody says, right? Because the state is built fundamentally on one thing, and that is self-preservation. It is built on a single thing, and that is self-preservation. And when you ascribe what it means to be human to these rights that are outlined in the Constitution, which is a flawed document anyway, right? This is how you get people doing surprise Pikachu face when journalists are being arrested. Gasp! What? Is the First Amendment dead? The First Amendment never existed, Deborah. You don't have the right to free speech. You know what I mean? You have Alex Pretty who was murdered for legally carrying a weapon. People are like, gasp! He was legally carrying a weapon. That's crazy. Does the Second Amendment never did the Second Amendment not exist? I'm like, it never existed. It never existed. It feels like we have the same song and dance every single time, right? Because the state will come out and be like, oh, well, yes, you have the right to bear arms, but just not in this way. There's all of these other qualifiers that they always keep tacking on. Yes, you have a right to free speech, but not in this way. Yes, you have a right to protest, but not in a way that makes us sad, not in a way that makes us mad, not in a way that's actually disruptive, right? And once you start co-signing that rhetoric, you'd be like, well, maybe that kind of does make sense. Maybe, maybe he had a gun, maybe he shouldn't be carrying a gun at a protest. Maybe they were protesting on private property. Maybe that was bad. Maybe they needed a permit. Maybe they should have done it the right way, right? Because the state will always add these qualifiers to try to get American citizens to be okay with, limiting their rights. They've been doing this for forever, right? But at least for decades, right? During 2020, it was you can protest, but you can't burn down your own buildings in your own community. You can't attack private property. You can protest, but this is destructive. These are thugs in the street. These are not protesters. They're thugs, right? They were dropping that in 2020. But like now, people are so angry that they want to destroy property. They're getting the same thing. Right? Because again, the Constitution doesn't say you can protest, but not in this way. The Constitution doesn't say you can bear arms, but not in this way. Right? It doesn't say that. Do you know who says that? The state. The state is the entity that provides parameters around how you can protest, how you can speak, how you can bear arms. Right? The Constitution is almost meaningless. Almost meaningless to the state. Because even if the Constitution does protect the right, the state will just say that it doesn't to preserve itself. The state is built on one thing and one thing only, and that is self-preservation. And if you threaten the state's self-preservation, they will take away that right. You can, protest so far as it's actually an effective protest, in which case the state will say that's illegal and they will arrest you, right? You can speak, right? Only so far as that speech is damaging to the state. And if it is, then they'll arrest you. You can do journalism, and then so far as the journalism is damaging to the state, and then they'll throw you in jail. Because that's what the state does. Public and private areas are distinct when it pertains to constitutional rights. The Constitution doesn't say that, chatter. The state says that. The courts say that. It's what the state defines. And also, I personally don't give a fuck. You should 100% be allowed to protest in private areas. The Constitution does not say you have a right to the protest, except for in private areas, in which case, this is no bueno. That's why the courts are there. The courts are there to put parameters around what your rights actually are. And if they can do that for public and private property, right? If they can do that for public and private property, they can do that for any of your rights. They will not stop. They will not stop at like, you can only do free speech on public property. They won't. It will always be something else. It will always be another thing. It'll be like, oh, well, there's a night ordinance, right? Oh, there's martial law. You have to be in your house by 8 p.m. So now you can't protest on public property either, because the state instituted a law that you can't do that, right? Now it's, oh, well, you're actually protesting too loud, right? You're violating a noise ordinance. So now you can't be on public property after 8 p.m. and you can't be too loud because you're violating this noise ordinance. You're adding more qualifiers. Exactly. Right? Yeah, you have the right to protest on the corner of 501st Street in Lexington from 7 to 8 p.m. Thursday, the 8th, not to exceed 25 people. You cannot violate the noise ordinance or block sidewalk traffic. Exactly. And it will keep going down that road because the state's job is to make your protest ineffective. Why? Because the state is based in self-preservation. All the state wants to do, the state doesn't care about you. The state doesn't care about you or what you want to do. They care about preserving itself, right? That's it. And if they feel as though your protest is a violation of its preservation, they will end it, no matter what it is. So you might think that it's super important for protests to not happen on private property, and that it's illegal and they shouldn't do it because it's private property, and private property is a core tenet of the Constitution. You can think that, chatter, if you want to. I don't care. You have to understand that the state doesn't care about that. They care about the fact that it's effective, and they don't want effective protests to happen. That's it. That is it, and that is all. The state is like, is this an effective protest that impedes our preservation as the state to ensure the status quo? Yes, we want to stop it. This is why they're so against the encampments. Democrats activated the police to college campuses to tear up encampments for students who paid to be there. Students who pay to be there, who pay for the upkeep and the maintenance of these lawns, putting tents down on these lawns, right, that they paid to be there for, because they're protesting against Israel. For all intents and purposes, according to the Constitution, these students had a legal right to do this. They had a legal right to protest on what is ostensibly public property, but also property that they paid to be on by being a part of this institution, right? And even then, the state's like, see, that's too much and that's too far. We're going to tear up your protest. Not because they care about private property rights, not because they care about the unsightliness of the protest, not because they care about how much noise they were making or how uncomfortable it made people. It's because it threatened, right, the status quo, and it threatened the state's self-preservation. That's it. That is it. If you do something effective to protest against the state, no matter if it's constitutionally protected or not, it will be illegal, and it will be made illegal. They will catch you on something illegal that you've done, and they will throw you in jail because of it, under those false pretenses. So I don't care if they're on private property, because even if they weren't, they still would have been arrested. I don't care if they were being too loud, because even if they weren't, they still would have been arrested, right? Because all that matters to the state is one thing and one thing only, and that is, do you threaten it? At the restaurant last night, someone was told to leave. The business was private. This person had to leave and, or could be arrested and fined. They were panhandling. I don't care, chatter. I genuinely don't give two fucks about what a business thinks. I genuinely do not care. It does not matter to me. And the state doesn't care either. The state does not care. It doesn't care. It doesn't care. I think the state cares about a business's right to protect its business when it comes to protests. No, not really. They care about, does this threaten the state itself? And honestly, if it's threatening the business, then yes, it threatens the state itself. And that's all it cares about. And the business has a right to protect itself. It doesn't make any sense. Because where does your right to protest stop? If it's a right. Who gets to decide that if it's a right? You feel me? And if somebody else can decide that it doesn't apply in certain instances, is it a right that you have? Do you have a right to protest? If somebody's like, oh, you can only protest, again, as the chatter says, on the corner of 501st Street and freaking, I don't know, the Lumberton Avenue or something. I don't freaking know. The point that I'm making with all of this is that you don't have any rights, right? The state does not provide you any rights. You only have rights in insofar as you and your community can fight for them. That is it. That is it. That's it. At any point, the state can come and shut down your polling place in your area, right? You say they can station agents and officers outside of a polling place saying nobody can come in anymore, right? Would that be against the law? Would that be voter suppression? Yes. Can they still do it? Yes. Yes. Yes, it would. Right? It's up to you as a member of the community to stop that from happening. You need to ensure your own right. The community of that church doesn't want those protests there. I don't care, chatter. I do not care. It does not matter. Your right to protest does not stop because people don't want you there. I'm sure the state also doesn't want people on the public streets. Just because you don't like it does not mean the right to protest stops there. Right? Moral or legal.
Calling out the president and his administration. A magistrate judge had initially refused to allow federal officials to arrest Lemon and take him into custody, but they took it to a grand jury in Minnesota and got a felony indictment. The indictment, unsealed this afternoon, alleges that Don Lemon and the others charged, quote, oppressed, threatened, and intimidated the church congregants and pastors. Here's some of what,
do you think this is a bad thing, chatter? This is a very simple question. Do you think this is a bad thing? Do you think it's bad that Don Lemon and other independent journalists were arrested for covering the protest at this church? They were not participants in the protest. They were covering the protest. Do you think that they deserve to be arrested? Your participants as they gathered and planned to enter the church as part of their plan. That's not what I said. They were journalists. You can't define them as participants. They were journalists. They were covering the protest. They were not a part of the protest. You're just like, no, they were a participant. Is the law bring up the law? What do you mean it's against the law? What do you mean? They were covering the protest. So now journalists can't go to church? Is that what you're saying? Is that what the law is? Do a grok search? Okay. Okay, he's trolling. Let's continue.
Lemon said during that live stream. Take a look.
I'm just here. I'm just here photographing. I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist. We don't know. That's what they're saying. So we're here just chronicling and reporting. We're not part of the activists, but we're here just reporting on them.
Don Lemon's attorney released a statement saying in part, quote, "This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously.
I don't think they actually use crack as a search. I think they're just being I think they're trolling. They're a troll. That's all I needed to know to know that they were trolling.
When agents showed up at Georgia Fort's door yesterday, she started recording. Here's some of her message.
You guys, I wanted to alert the public that agents are at my door right now. This is all stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media. We are supposed to have our constitutional right of the freedom to film, to be a member of the press. I don't feel like I have my First Amendment right as a member of the press because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest a few weeks ago.
And again, I want to say that even if like they made filming protests illegal, it's not. But even if they did make that illegal, and even if Don Lemon and Georgia Ford and the other journalists who were filming broke the law by filming them, this would still be bad. That's the point that I'm making, right? To me, it's not about the legality behind what is happening here, right? The fact that it is illegal that what they're doing, arresting these protesters, and that these journalists, right? The fact that they're violating their First Amendment by doing that is worse. It's like icing on top of the cake of bad of this. Even if what the journalists were doing was made illegal, right? It wasn't covered under the First Amendment. The fact that the state is still repressing, right, these journalists for just photographing these protesters, on top of repressing the protesters themselves, would still be bad. It would still be bad. And I would think it's bad despite it not being covered under the First Amendment. Because the state will just change what the definition of the First Amendment is to serve its purposes. And that's my point. I think people are to closely adhering to, like, you know, oh, this is a part of the First Amendment or Second Amendment, when those things are completely nebulous and up to the state to decide, right? Instead of looking at the moral, right, and ethical actions themselves. Like, I don't care if BDS is made illegal, arresting somebody or firing somebody for participating in it would still be bad, you know? Even if BDS is illegal, because the act of boycott, investment, and sanctions against Israel is a good and moral thing. You know? 2016, we're still talking about the morally correct versus legally permissible. Yes. Yes, it apparently. It matters when rights are abdicated consistently, but it don't matter when when the authorities are ignoring it. I mean, it only matters, as you're saying, like, if somebody is willing to enforce the rights. And why would they? Why would anybody at this point? Under this administration. That's why you have the Democrats just hand-wringing by, like, saying this is illegal and doing nothing about it. Right? This is also kind of bleeds into the it also kind of bleeds into the like police brutality argument, where like they'll be like, cops will be like, stop resisting, because resisting arrest is legal. Right? It is illegal to resist arrest. So cops oftentimes would yell, stop resisting, to give them a you know, to set a legal precedent, to be like, okay, this person is breaking the law. It's now justified for me to brutalize them, or to shoot them and murder them, to kill them. Right? And cops will be, and liberals will be like, well, they were resisting. You do not have to comply with unlawful orders. Says who? This is the same thing, right? That only matters in insofar as that is legislated. Right? If cops have qualified immunity to get to just kill you, right? You're hoping that you don't die if you don't comply with this unlawful order, so that maybe you can take it to court and then the courts will side in your favor. You feel me? The point is that you only have as many rights as the state allows you to have at any given moment. Right? And the state only listens to collective power. You alone, right, may on paper have the right to not comply with an unlawful order, right? But in practice, and there's 4 officers around you, right? Do you have that right in practice? Most likely not. But if there's 20 people around you, right, with 4 and against 4 officers, it's a lot easier to enforce that right to not comply with an unlawful order. It's like in the military. In the military, you have a right to not comply with an unlawful order from your superiors. But if you are in a unit that is committing war crimes and you don't comply, you're going to get court-martialed, you're going to jail. However, if the entirety of your unit stands down and doesn't comply, it's a lot less likely that you are actually facing with any consequences. The state does not respect your rights. The state respects collective power. And that's it. That's it. That's the only thing the state respects. Because the state knows that collective power is the only thing that can take them down. That's my point with this entire rant about legality versus morality. Right? And that's why collective power is so important. You know? And don't trust the state to grant you any rights. Right? You have to take that with your neighbors and standing collectively with your neighbors, right? To assert your rights.
Stream she did on Facebook. Journalist Georgia Ford is out of jail and joins me tonight. Georgia, first.
Dang, they didn't want to get Don Lemon back on CNN. They were like, Georgia Ford is out, but we're not getting Don Lemon back on. We're not doing it. We're not getting Don Lemon. We're not getting Don Lemon back on CNN. That's not happening. Georgia Ford, thank you. Hello. You and some other unnamed people who are going to remain nameless.
Sean the Black says,
bro, they hate this man on CNN.
Princess.
OCRGMZ
First of all, how are you doing?
just
And were you
subscribed.
surprised that you were arrested? Obviously, previous attempts to arrest you had been blocked by federal.
Awkward Gums. Thank you for the prime. I don't know how to pronounce your name. But thank you. I appreciate that.
Courts.
Yeah, you know, I'm hanging in there. It is quite frightening to have 24 agents outside of your home. You know, my children were home
Lady,
with me.
where are your curtains at? Why does he? He's like, oh, anybody in here?
I was arrested. And so,
That's what Brent
yeah,
said
just
about the curtains. I mean, it makes sense. Like, where are your curtains at? This is like a kind of an essential thing you need curtains for, because officers do have the legal right to look into your residence. It's advertisement for blinds. I mean, yeah, officers have a legal right to look into your residence, and if they see something that they can qualify as illegal, they can bust the door down and wear your curtains right there. They can bust the door down and arrest you. Is why oftentimes officers will walk up to your car and be like, have you been smoking tonight, sir? And you're like, no, officer, I don't even smoke. Well, that's weird because I smell the marijuana on you. Step out the car. Right? How much you had to drink and you're stone cold sober? Exactly. The cop did that. Exactly. That's what cops do. Right? That's what cops do. Even if you have a right, right? Even if you have the Fourth Amendment right protects you against illegal search and seizure, cops will just manufacture the evidence for doing it in the first place. And what do you have to stop that if you're alone and by yourself and you don't have your community, right? No, officer, you don't understand. I don't consent to the search. It smells like marijuana in here. Yeah, now they have reasonable suspicion, right? Probable cause is the word I was looking for, right? So they use that as a pretense to be like, oh, now I have probable cause to search your car, and if they don't find anything, they can plant something. Why not? Who's going to stop them? So you only have a Fourth Amendment in insofar as the state allows you to, and when they deem it necessary for you to not have it, they'll take it away. You only have a First Amendment in insofar as the state allows you to have one. And if they deem that you are dangerous for having your First Amendment, they'll take it away. You only have a Second Amendment in insofar as the state allows you to have a Second Amendment. And when they deem you as too dangerous, they'll take it away. Because that's what the state does. If you are a danger to them, right, they will take away your rights. They will suspend your rights. Even if it's illegal to do so. You know? Because the state only cares about one thing. Say it with me now. Self-preservation. That's it. That's all they care about. And if you are a threat to that, they will, they will get rid of you. And pedos, that's the same thing. The state caring about pedos are like, that's self-preservation. They're full of pedos in the government, the preservation of capital, still kind of the same thing. They preserve capital because they want to continue to benefit from it, right? It's about self-preservation, about the state existing, right? They only instilled gun control because black people had guns. Yeah, the NRA lobbied for it because black people had guns. You only have rights in insofar as the government allows you to. This isn't a hot take. This isn't crazy. Right, but this is something that I think liberals just don't necessarily understand and don't necessarily grasp, right? They see everything that's happening. They're just like, why is the government doing this? This is violating the First Amendment. And they're like, yes, they're doing it because it's violating the First Amendment. Like, this is the reason why they're doing it, right? Because your First Amendment right is dangerous to them. Your right to protest is dangerous to them. That's why they are removing it and revoking it, right? And so liberals need to understand that power doesn't come from your rights. It doesn't come from the First to the 23rd Amendment. It doesn't come from the Bill of Rights. It doesn't come for whatever laws are on the books. Power comes from one thing and one thing only in this country, and that's collective power. It's from solidarity. It's from workers' rights. It's from collective. It's from community, and that's it. I think they understand it, but they are okay with it because the status quo has treated them well. I think some of them don't understand it. Not only in the U.S., everywhere, to be honest. Yeah. Did Lemon and Ford given bail? They're out now. I don't know if they posted bail.
Been a long day, and yes, it was extremely shocking.
You had 24 agents show up at your door?
Yes.
I want to read part of what the Justice Department alleged in the indictment and let you respond. They claim, and you and the other defendants, quote, entered the church in a coordinated takeover-style attack and engaged in acts of oppression, intimidation, threats, interference, and physical obstruction, they said, and, quote, as a result of defendants' conduct, the pastor and congregation were forced to terminate the church's worship service. Congregants fled the church building, fear for their safety. Other congregants took steps to implement an emergency plan, and young children were left to wonder, as one child put it, if their parents were going to die. What is your reaction to that?
Anderson, I am a journalist, just like you. I went in my capacity as a journalist I documented.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to, is Anderson like doing a pseudo defense of the arrest? What do you say to people who say you deserved it? Actually, thanks, Anderson. Thanks.
Left to wonder, as one child put it, if their parents were going to die. What is your reaction to that? Safety, other congregants took steps to implement an emergency plan, and young children were left to wonder, as one child put it, if their parents were going to die.
Like, no, you can't. I don't think you can just do this, Anderson. Right? You can't just parrot these claims, being like, "See, these people thought that they were going to kill them." Based on what? If this is your worldview, then you can't protest anything, right? Oh, I was protesting by myself on a sidewalk. Well, how did you feel about the person who lived 5 blocks down the road, who heard you, heard your voice carry as a small whisper in their ears? They thought you were going to kill their child. How do you respond to that? Well, Anderson, I respond by saying that that's insane. That's an insane thing to think, and that very obviously wasn't the case. Only reason he knows that info is because journalists covered this story. That's true. Based on unverified imagination of a 6-year-old. But like, people being upset about it does not take away your right to protest. But the state will say that. The state will say, sorry, people are upset about you protesting, therefore you no longer have this right. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Does what I'm saying here make sense about the way that the state provides and takes away your rights based on what they deem as innocuous and safe versus what they deem as dangerous, right? And even if you do the same act, if they feel as though it threatens them and what they stand for, they can just say that, that same act was dangerous and was bad and was scary and you need to be arrested for it. And it's the newest tech for anti-Semitism laws include perceived harm and don't require intent. So feeling like you're, gosh darn it, there's a freaking feeling like you're threatened is enough. Yeah. Maybe I understand because I've had the thought process. I don't know how to begin to explain it to someone new to this. That fly was threatened. Yeah, that fly was threatened. It should be threatened. Where's it at? Where's it at? Pow, pow. Pow, 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 pow. Felt like a butterfly. Sting like a fly. Pow, pow. Sorry.
Reaction to that.
Anderson, I am a journalist, just like you. I went in my capacity as a journalist. I documented as a journalist. The footage is published. It speaks for itself.
You captured video of your own arrest, federal agents outside your home. Can you just talk about that experience?
As journalists, we never want to be the story, but unfortunately, I did find myself in a predicament where I felt that I needed to be able to tell my own story, that I needed the world to see that.
Honestly, I think they just have a cache of like police. I think ICE just has a cache of like police surplus, right? So the police get like military surplus, army surplus. ICE gets police surplus. Whatever the old outfits and gear that they have, they just keep them in like a backlog. They're like, oh man, we gotta go out now. I don't have anything. Okay, check the costume closet. It's like, okay, costume closet. What am I gonna be today? I'm gonna be DEA today, FBI, CIA. I don't have a DHS one. I don't know. There's this weird this glasses and mustache combo here. I guess there's a top hat. Where's it at? They're like, okay, I'll take the DEA one, sure. I have to keep from smashing my TV. Maybe they couldn't read it, that it was DHS, not DEA. I like the idea that they have a costume closet of all like police surplus gear. This is why you see ICE rolling around with like police vests on. You see like ICE written in Sharpie underneath it.
That journalism is on trial, that we are at a state in our nation where if you are documenting what's happening, you may be criminalized for it. You may be arrested. And so I think what is happening in Minnesota overall should be quite alarming to the entire nation. I think what happened to me today as an independent journalist, what happened to Don Lemon being arrested for reporting what's happening, I think people should be alarmed. And I think mainstream media should also be really concerned because if they can criminalize a journalist here in Minnesota, whether you're independent or not, I think that we've seen a track record where this is just going to continue to escalate.
How do you face something like this? I mean, obviously, the federal government has unlimited resources. What is your next move, both legally and just in terms of the work you do?
You know, I am a mother of 3 daughters. Right now, my focus is on making sure that they can recover from the trauma of what they experienced today and making sure that I can recover. From there, I have an incredible legal team, very reputable among media leaders across the country. And so I am counting on them to do what they do best.
You have no doubt that this is meant to intimidate not just yourself and Don Lemon and the others who were charged, but journalists everywhere.
I would ask you, how does it feel to you to see a journalist arrested for simply reporting the news? I would challenge every journalist in America to ask themselves how it felt to them today to see their colleagues be arrested for reporting the news. And if any of them say that it made them fearful, it made them concerned, it made them second guess going out tomorrow and covering what's happening in their communities, then yeah, I would say that that was probably the intent. It does send a chilling message to our entire industry. I've been in journalism for several years. I've been in media almost 2 decades, okay? 14 regional Emmy nominations across 2 different regions. I've won 3 regional Emmys here in the Midwest, producing my own television show as an independent journalist. And so, you know, being a journalist who's from here, who's from Minnesota, I've been on the ground. This is my community. I'm not flying in and flying out. I'm here. And I'm doing the best that I can to tell the stories of what's really happening. And as an American-born citizen, it's always been my understanding that I have that protection under the Constitution, under the First Amendment, that we have freedom of press. But today, the way that I was treated for simply doing my job, the way that I have been criminalized and dehumanized, it makes me really, really wonder.
Oh, Rick, what's up? We saw your video
is something
earlier today. We watched it first day on the stream. Yeah, it was good.
Past, and if it's just a thing made up of empty promises at this point, honestly.
Are you intimidated? If that's the objective, which it certainly seems to be.
I will continue to tell the stories of my community.
Georgia Ford, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah. If you back out that, I think there was some audio things. Yo, Johnny, thank you for the $2. Oh, I missed a lot. Hold on, Jesus Louise. Beyond, thank you for the $5 super chat. Do not worry, podcast here for the $5 super chat as well. I am not looking at YouTube chat. I'm so sorry. But yo, what's up? Hello. Hello. YouTube snubbed, yeah. That sucks. Well, I don't know if it's it sounded fine to me. Chat just said it sounded weird. You can check the VOD and see what it sounded like. So we were playing as Hasan, yeah. Yeah, YouTube chat's nice. Nicer than y'all are, Twitch chat. Y'all are mean. But yeah, that's the Don Lemon's situation. And we're waiting on, he's out now. The journalists are out now. I think two of them are at least. So we're seeing where that goes. Jeez Louise. What else did I have to say? Oh, did y'all see this? Multi-stream right now? Yes, I am. To be fair, I did it first. The song tries to be me so bad. No one involved in the decision to arrest Don thinks the charges will stick. This is a punishment for upsetting the state. It sucks to be arrested, a ton of reasons. Even if it doesn't come from it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, let us teach you a lesson for speaking up. How dare you? Switching, I got premium. Okay, you don't have to switch. I mean, if you want to. I also don't think that there's ads there at all, or there are very little ads. I'm not running any there, like manually. But it was basically, it was this. And this is what I made my tweet. Not because of this, but like it kind of underscores this because people got mad at me when I made this tweet. Where's it at? This is the tweet. You say about super chats. Oh, there were alerts on stream. I thought you were focused. I heard the thing ping. I just assumed that's always my. I assume that's always my sub alert, not the super chat alert. I can also just open up my alert box on a tab too. It's easier. Switch here. Oh my freaking goodness. You know what? Remind me later. Okay. Well, yeah, I can just see it now. There you go. I see super chats. All right. I'll take a look at that. My ear to the pulse. But this was in response to Biden DOJ investigated Ilhan Omar in 2024 for her finances, campaign spending, and ties to a foreign national not identified. And I made a tweet that says, "You don't hate Biden enough." What do you know about James O'Keefe? And did you watch his video of the protests in Minneapolis? The Project Veritas guy, James O'Keefe. He was sitting on Epstein files for years, and he did nothing about with them. Yeah, but like, you know, if you are against genocide, right? You're anti-genocide and black and Muslim, then like you attract the ire, but not like you're a white pedophile who's established or based in establishment and government. Right, but apparently, sorry, I had to sneeze. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed my censor button. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that. But this is what the reporting was. Reuters has now confirmed what many suspected. In early 2024, which is, again, the same time that this is happening, by the way. In early 2024, U.S. diplomats blocked internal cables describing northern Gaza as an apocalyptic wasteland. The reports include harrowing details, human bones scattered in the streets, bodies left abandoned in cars, and a total collapse of access to food, clean water, and medical aid. These cables were not speculation. They were based on first-hand field observations from UN agencies and humanitarian workers on the ground. So why were they blocked? Because they were considered too graphic, because they lacked balance, because they made Israel look bad. Senior officials in the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, including Ambassador Jack Lew and Deputy Chief Stephanie Hallett, stopped the reports from reaching high levels of the U.S. government. They feared the cables would contradict the administration's public narrative and disrupt ongoing political cover for Israel's actions in Gaza. According to former officials, humanitarian experts were sidelined, ignored, and outright dismissed. Inside meetings, the question from officials was not how to respond to starvation, but reportedly, where are all the skinny kids? This was not merely a policy misjudgment. This was, but complicity on a grand scale. The Biden administration had access to concrete evidence of mass death, starvation, and social collapse. Instead, they sounding the alarm. It chose to suppress the truth to preserve its political position. They did not just ignore the warnings; they buried them. Let that sink in. So yeah, this is the Reuters post. I have to make sure there's nothing.
Just 3 months into what would grind on as a 2-year war in Gaza, staff at the U.S. Agency for International Development drafted a warning to senior officials in Joe Biden's administration. Northern Gaza internal profound also said in the attempt. 3 former U.S. officials said the descriptions were unusually graphic. Israel government some functions in civilians on U.S. reporting agencies. 3 former U.S. officials told Reuters issue has been on.
This video should be okay to show.
Just 3 months into what would grind on as a 2-year war in Gaza, staff at the U.S. Agency for International Development drafted a warning to senior officials in Joe Biden's administration. Northern Gaza had turned into an apocalyptic wasteland with dire shortages of food and medical aid. The internal message laid out in gruesome detail scenes observed by United Nations staff who visited the area on a 2-part humanitarian fact-finding mission in January and February of 2024.
Bro, I love that everybody pretended like, and this is the kind of the important part, right? Because I think people are going to respond to this by saying, "Oh, well, Joe Biden didn't know. They kept this from the higher up to the administration." The important part is this: the reason why, right, the officials in the embassy did not escalate this is because they didn't want to accept the narrative that the administration was running. Right? They didn't want to show all the starving children because it would contradict the narrative that the administration was running. So the question had to be asked now: what narrative was that? What narrative would be contradicted by merely showing the truth about the starvation in Gaza caused by Israel? And liberals want to pretend like Biden was like, you know, this bastion of pro-Palestinian sentiment. You know? Want us to pretend like they were working tirelessly for a ceasefire. She's speaking, they said. She's speaking, they said. But their administration, right, their position was literally the opposite of caring about starving kids. That's why the embassy officials didn't show it to people. They didn't escalate it because they didn't want to undermine the narrative of being pro-Israel. I haven't heard a word or seen Matthew Miller and Anthony Blinken or Kamala in a minute. Biden's probably gone. They need to be held accountable. I know. What's his name? Miller came out a few years ago, like over a year ago at this point, a year and a half ago, It basically was like, yeah, we could have done more to stop the genocide. We just didn't do it. We could have done more. We just didn't do it. You know, we had leverage. We didn't do it. So.
They reported seeing bones on the road, dead bodies abandoned in cars, and, quote, catastrophic human needs, particularly for food and safe drinking water. But according to interviews with 4 former officials and documents seen by Reuters, the U.S. ambassador to Jerusalem and his deputy blocked the cable from wider distribution within the United States government because they believed it lacked balance.
It lacked the balance. Talking about the dying kids, the dying children, didn't properly show the Israeli perspective. Do you know who else said that, by the way? Do you know who else said almost that verbatim? It was Ethan Klein. Barry Weiss, probably, but it was Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein's main hang-up with Hasan during their first conversation was that he felt as though Hasan's coverage didn't properly show the Israeli perspective. That's it. He was like, your coverage is not showing the Israeli perspective, Hasan. How dare you? How dare you? You're caring too much about the dead kids. The tens of thousands at that point of Palestinians who were directly slaughtered by Israel since October 7th. And the U.S. government is saying the exact same thing. I was like, wow, why is this report of all the dead people just include a lot of Palestinian children? Where's the balance at? You know, what about all the Israelis that have died? You know, why are they not in this report? Well, we can't put it out. There's too many dead Palestinians in this report. Can't put them out. Sorry. We need balance. We need. So the problem for them is that like Hamas didn't kill more Israelis, and it wasn't a balanced number. They didn't report on the deaths because it was too unbalanced and Israel killed too many kids. Are we serious here? And I'm not supposed to hate all these people? I'm not supposed to hate these people who were like, listen, there are too many dead Palestinians covered in this report. They throw the papers on the ground. Come back to me when the numbers are more balanced. You have a more balanced perspective. You know what you were saying before, an act of self-preservation for government. Yeah. Literally. It's they didn't escalate this report because they didn't want to undermine what the administration's position was, which is being unilaterally pro-Israel. That's it. That's literally it. They didn't want to undermine the pro-Israel position of, the pro-Israel position of the Biden administration. It's insane. Absolutely insane.
Representing the United States as ambassador to the State of Israel is a profound honor.
The former ambassador, Jack Lew, and his deputy, Stephanie Hallett, did not respond to requests for comment. The February 2024 cable was one of 5 sent in the first part of that year, documenting the rapidly deteriorating health, food, and sanitary conditions.
Remember when, I don't know, Hutch was out here after this time, by the way, denying the starvation and just denying the genocide? Let me see if I can find it real quick. There's this one. which is directly around this time, by the way, on February 29th, directly around the time where the U.S. government is going out of their way to defend and cover up genocide. Right? This was after that time, where this is Hutch saying, it's a war, a nasty, deadly war, but it's a war. The death toll is harrowing and awful, but highly, highly doubt that Israel's trying to kill every Palestinian in Gaza. And then this one, a few months later, he says, if I were committing a genocide, I'd probably at least kill people faster than the birth rate in that region. While the U.S. government is going out of the way to cover up, right, the evidence of genocide. Going out of their way to cover it up. It was so bad that the people working at the embassy was like, this looks so bad and so unbalanced that we literally cannot send this out. Because the death toll is so unbalanced. Well, Hutch was out here denying genocide.
According to 6 former officials who said the communiques reported the breakdown of social order for Palestinians living in Gaza, resulting from Israel's military campaign. Reuters saw one of those cables. The other 4, also blocked by Liu and Hallett because of their concerns about balance, were described by 4 former officials. 3 former U.S. officials said the descriptions were unusually graphic, and, had they been widely circulated, would have drawn the attention of senior U.S. officials within President Biden's administration.
Oh wow, it was too graphic to describe children being slaughtered by Israel. That they didn't send it up. Thanks, bro. Thanks a lot. It was too graphic that it would actually make people be more pro-Palestinian and to put pressure on Biden. User Mark, thank you for the 15 months. And C-Strat, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated.
They also said it would have deepened scrutiny of a national security memorandum issued by Biden that month, which conditioned the supply of U.S. intelligence and weapons on Israel's compliance with international law. Former Secretary of State Antony
Hold on, run that one back by me one more time.
Biden's administration. They also said it would have deepened scrutiny of a national security memorandum issued by Biden that
So they didn't send it because it would hold people accountable to what Biden said he was going to do, that he never ended up doing, by the way. That's it. They said that they didn't send it because it would make people care more about whether or not Biden was actually going to do what he said, which is hold Israel accountable. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. They looked at a memorandum of like a memo of dead children, essentially, and was like, we can't send this. If we send this up, people are going to look at Biden and expect him to do more stuff. So hide evidence that genocide is happening. That's literally what they did. Yes, 100%. 100%. 100%. Biden and his administration, right, members of his administration went out of their way to hide evidence, early evidence of genocide. This was November. This was February. This was January and February of 2024. Right? October, November, December. This is like 4 months. 4 months. You had evidence that Israel was going out of the way to starve children. You had evidence that Israel was going out of the way in their military campaign, right? In their invasion, is killing, right, children. But it was so graphic, right? It was too graphic to be shown to people. Too graphic to be shown to other members of the administration. And so they went out of their way to hide it. Insane. Insane. And people got mad at me when I said that people are going to cheer at the death of the U.S. empire. Insane.
that month, which conditioned the supply of U.S. intelligence and weapons on Israel's compliance with international law. Former Secretary of State Antony Blinken and representatives for former President Joe Biden did not respond to requests for comment about the fact that the cables never reached upper leadership of the U.S. government.
We recognize that there are real food security issues in Gaza, 100%.
As the cables were being drafted in early 2024, the White House and other senior U.S. officials were broadly aware of the worsening humanitarian situation in northern Gaza. In January, the embassy did approve the wider distribution of a cable about food insecurity throughout Gaza, and the information made it into the president's daily briefing. It was one of
but
the
not
first
the
detailed
ones that directly implicated Israel as the person causing, or as the entity causing that food insecurity. The only thing that made it to his desk was like, hey, they need more food in Gaza, and not Israel is starving people with this military campaign. And here are some firsthand accounts of the way that there are bodies being abandoned in cars and bones lining the streets.
Reports from USAID into the rapidly deteriorating situation inside Gaza, including growing food insecurity in the south of the enclave. Biden said this in February.
There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying.
But six
And we're going to keep giving them weapons.
U.S. officials said senior people in the administration were not receiving regular first-hand accounts from Gaza because of intense battles between Israel and Hamas.
Sure.
Moreover, USAID...
Wait, that's not true. That's a lie, because we know that they just decided not to send them.
...ceased operations in Gaza since 2019, and much of its reporting drew on information provided by UN agencies. 3 former U.S. officials told Reuters that dependence on third parties contributed to some Biden officials' skepticism of USAID reporting because USAID had no staff inside Gaza. In several instances, the former officials said the White House pushed back on USAID analyses that suggested civilians were starving in Gaza. The skepticism about the U.S. government's humanitarian...
So even when they got information, the White House pushed back on it. It was like, that's not true. Insane, bro. Insane.
Reporting stirred tensions inside the National Security Council and angered USAID officials working on the Gaza portfolio. The Biden administration's backing for Israel during the war deeply divided the Democratic Party and remains an unresolved issue for its political candidates. More than 80% of Democrats believe that Israel's military response in Gaza has been excessive and that the United States should help people in the enclave who are facing starvation, according to a Reuters Ipsos poll last August.
Self-preservation, self-preservation indeed. Self-preservation is the word of the day, actually, at this point. Literally, the word of the day. It literally lost them the election. It lost them the election, among other things. I don't know what else there is to say, bro. But people got mad at me when I said, you don't hate Biden enough. I had no words. Garlic Fries, thank you for the 9-month membership. That's crazy. On YouTube. You also thank you for the 10 months. Dang, someone almost got you beat on YouTube for YouTube memberships. Yeah, that's just, I don't know. This is what was Anne Bernard says. It says human bones scattered in the streets, something U.S. diplomats described in an effort to get the attention of bosses. It was suppressed by the Biden administration. And then Taylor Ann says, I really can't wait for Biden to rot in hell. Like, it's just insane, bro. Because Israel was more important than losing the election, and we are supposed to love the Democrats. Exactly. I'm confused how people can be liberals when this is what the Democrats supported and continue to support. I don't know. I don't know. I can't say more. I can't say the amount of smoke that I have for Kamala Harris pales in comparison. Pales in comparison to what I feel about Biden. Oh, this one almost this one almost got me saying some things on Twitter that would have gotten me a knock on my door. Let me just say. Did y'all see this, chat? Enid died in government custody. She had sickle cell and congenital heart failure, or heart disease, and could not access timely, adequate medical care. We need to reform immigration detention. The community note is outdated information can be misleading. This is old news from 2023. She died in Border Patrol custody in 2023. Biden was the president. Here.
Control during the Biden administration, the first child, girl, a migrant child who died in the custody. And we want to tell you the story of a little girl, a migrant child who died in the custody of U.S. Border Patrol during the Biden administration, the first child who suffered this fate. 8-year-old Anadie Dene Reyes Alvarez is her name. She died back in May. You're looking at her picture there. U.S. Customs and Border Protection is now investigating her death. And for the first time...
Oh, I love that they get to investigate themselves. I love they get to investigate themselves, just like the little pickies they are.
Admits to CBS News that the system, in this case, failed to protect her. The girl's parents say they believe their pleas for help were ignored because they are black. They met with Lilia Luciano in New York City, where they continue to seek asylum.
Si hubieran llamado a la ambulancia antes, yo sé que mi hija estuviera aquí conmigo.
If they had called the ambulance sooner, you know your daughter would be here. Mabel Alvarez says she lost count of the times she begged for an ambulance to take her 8-year-old daughter, Anadit, to the hospital over multiple days.
Cuando ellos quisieron llamar a la ambulancia,
when they finally wanted to call the ambulance took about 5 minutes. That's when I realized how close the hospital was to us and that they could have done something.
The family, originally from Honduras, migrated to Panama, where Anadit was born. Mabel and her husband Russell say their situation there became unlivable and felt forced to migrate north. They took a 5-month journey across Mexico. Russell says they were trying to avoid all dangers along the way to keep their 3 children happy and safe.
See Mandani's mom is Epstein's filed. Ghislaine Maxwell threw a party for her. I did not see that. Bro, is everybody on the Epstein file, bro? I'm not in there, chat. You're not gonna find my name in the Epstein files. It's not happening. And I want to stick with this story though. Focus up. Because I'm sorry, this is a tad bit more important.
The day we were crossing the river, she grabbed my hand happy. Daddy, let's go. Let's go to Grandma. She's gonna buy me a doll.
He says when they crossed the border into Brownsville, Texas, they thought they were finally somewhere safe.
The problem was crossing and being in Texas. The Border Patrol there was our nightmare.
The 5 went to a U.S. detention center in Donna, Texas, where Anadit got sick and tested positive for the flu. They were then moved to a Border Patrol station in Harlingen, Texas for isolation.
There were other sick kids there, and very cold, so that made her get worse.
Preliminary U.S. Customs and Border Protection findings confirmed that the family repeatedly requested medical attention, including an ambulance for Anadit, who suffered from sickle cell anemia and had a heart condition. Mabel says she had the paperwork to prove her daughter's medical issues and showed them to officials.
él se paró enfrente de mi hija y le dijo.
A patrol agent didn't believe me. He stood in front of my daughter and told her, "Tell me how you can't breathe, because a girl that can't breathe would be passing out, and you're not passing out. You're fine, he told my daughter.
Y mi hija le dijo, yo
And my daughter said, I'm getting a little strength just to explain I can't breathe, not in my mouth nor my nose. And he told her, you're fine.
The preliminary findings also found the family requested medical attention at least 9 times. A nurse contractor denied at least 3 requests to call an ambulance and also didn't properly record medical visits. And the cameras at the facility were not working. It also found officials failed to consult an on-call pediatrician. The day Anadit died, Mabel says she knocked on the infirmary's door many times.
me decían que no.
They told me no. They wouldn't call an ambulance until she passed out, not before.
The last time Mabel went to seek medical help for her daughter, she was turned away. And before getting back to her cell, Anadit had a seizure and collapsed. Russell saw it all happen.
I looked at my daughter and I said to myself, my daughter is saying, Daddy, I can't go on. They killed me. I can't go on.
The look in her eyes.
She just looked at me and she was gone.
She was sick and I told her, baby, there's your daddy. Look at him.
Y los doctores me estaban viendo.
The doctors were looking at me and said, what happened? I told them, you've already killed my daughter.
A CBP official concedes the system failed her, saying, quote, there were many parts of the system.
This is the same, like, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Patrol, Immigration Customs Enforcement, ICE, that exists now and was being funded under Biden. This does not start after the 2024 election, right? It's not start under Trump, right? This is from 2023 when Biden was the president, and this happened under his administration, right? Deaths due to this failing immigration system is not new. And they saw stuff like this happen, and they decided, you know what we should do? We should run on a stronger border enforcement. We should continue running on keeping these people out of this country. And we're surprised when we got here where we are now.
That did not function as designed to protect Anadit. That official says reforms are underway to ensure those errors
Oh,
don't
great.
occur.
Do you know who also says that now? The Democrats. Well, it's the same thing. They're going to reform the system? Wow. That means this will literally never, ever, ever happen again.
Again.
Ellos se sentían mejor que mí.
They felt superior to me, as though I'm black and you're white. I was discriminated the whole time.
Gerlin Joseph founded the Haitian Bridge Alliance, an organization focusing on helping people of African descent at the U.S.-Mexico border.
When it comes to black people, when it comes to little black girls and little black boys, it's not the same compassion.
This administration said that it would treat immigrants more humanely. Has it? Is it?
No. We hoped, we believed in that promise, but that hasn't been the case.
In response to prior allegations of racial discrimination, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has stated there's no room in the agency for discrimination or intolerance.
Es duro todavía para mí.
It's still difficult for me. I miss her at night. I remember her as a loving child.
Ella soñaba.
She dreamed of so many things. She had big dreams for herself.
On Tuesday, an independent court-ordered review cited Anadit's death as a preventable tragedy that raised, quote, profound concerns. Mabel and Russell told me that despite feeling so helpless and humiliated then, they get the strength to keep fighting just thinking about any other parent having to go through what they have been going through.
Yeah. So that's the Biden of it all. So, to end this section, again, you do not hate Biden enough. 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 And in that same vein, here's another example of you do not hate Biden enough that I just saw on my feed. right? This is in a reference to the Epstein files. As more and more things get declassified and more files are released and more people, including Trump, directly are implicated. Lindsay here says, what I keep going back to is what the hell are Biden's Justice Department even doing that whole time? Well, you know, they were covering it up, obviously. Right? But Matthew says, spying on college students who feel bad for Palestinian kids. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's that. I think it's that one. They were more worried about spying about Palestinian kids, opening up inquiries into Ilhan Omar, right? Than actually prosecuting people who tried to overthrow the government, Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, etc. And instead of actually releasing the Epstein files. But guys, to be fair, that wasn't technically his Justice Department. So I was focusing only on what his Justice Department was doing. But yes, he was doing that as well. Yep. Doing that as well. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. She would have freaking... It was so bad. And he wanted to run again. And Kamala Harris said that she would do literally nothing different. She said she would do literally nothing different. When compared to Joe Biden, by the way. Outside this one, sitting in my bookmarks. I haven't seen it yet.
Of where I think Kyle Kulinski has very bad political instincts, and I think his take on the endorsement from Cheney is just wrong. The amount of people on the left that were planning on voting for Kamala but are now hesitating because someone like Liz Cheney is on the stump supporting her is minuscule. I don't know if you could find 3 people in the entire country that would say, well, I was going to support Kamala, but I don't know. I don't know about seeing her with Liz Cheney on a stage. On the contrary, the amount of disillusioned Republicans who are yearning to go back to the party of Reagan, to the party of actual fiscal conservatism, people that are very much turned off by Donald Trump's repeated attempts to undermine our democratic institutions, those people do not exist in small numbers. That is a not so insignificant chunk of the Republican Party, of where I think Kyle Kulinski has very bad political instincts.
What are his credentials? Seriously? He's a COD YouTuber. And he's wrong. She turned out no Republicans and no independents, essentially. Virtually. Like, in compared to, like, Biden's turnout for independents. None. So catastrophically wrong about the entire election is hilarious. Basically, no Republicans switched sides to vote for Kamala. Exactly. Right? Just categorically and consistently incorrect. The absolute worst political instincts. He has the political instincts of a I don't know, a maggot. The political instincts of a amoeba, of a barnacle. I'm trying to think of like small animals. The party does not understand liberals won't fall in line for their identity politics with Kamala. She's not entitled to votes, and she's not charismatic enough. A Mamdani Obama charisma person was needed, or somebody who just had good policies. She could have won if she just had better policies, and she actually ran on those policies instead of trying to court the middle. Stop trying to court the middle. Right? Somebody in Hasan's chat before he got banned quoted me on this when I said it, and I stand by it. Right? 1/3 of the eligible voting population just does not vote. I have a similar take that I said for like uncontested races, right? 1/3 of the country, the eligible voting population does not vote. In the same way that 50%? Was it 50%? I forgot my thing. 70%? No, 70. 70% of elections in this country are uncontested. I'm pretty sure. That's the number. I'm pretty sure that's the number. 70% of elections in country are uncontested. Right? We should be focusing on two things. One, running people in uncontested races. Putting progressive people in these races where nobody is running against them. Right? And it's a coin flip at that point. Right? You can flip a coin. There's now 2 names on a ballot instead of 1. You are likely to win some seats. You do that. Number 2, you focus on turnout for people who don't vote. Why do you need to court Republicans? They suck and they're racist. You don't need them. You need to convince, you would have an easier time convincing somebody to take 2-3 hours out of their day to go vote, as opposed to convincing the Republicans to vote for a Democrat. You're never going to out racist the Republicans. You're never going to out sexist the Republicans. You're not going to out immigration the Republicans. You're not going to out transphobia the Republicans. So don't appeal to the Republicans. You don't even need to win the third of the country. You need to win like a few thousand. Essentially. Did I hear I didn't hear a notification. Appeal to the people who don't vote, and you put progressive candidates to run in uncontested races. It's that simple. The Republicans will never win another election in the entire life. The party will dissolve before they win another election. If you just do those 2 simple steps. Why vote die Republican when you can have full calorie Republican? Exactly. Full calorie Republican with the good red 40, blue 40 dyes, and real cane syrup, you know, real cane sugar, as opposed to like the diet, I don't know, the Splenda version. I always thought it was confusing that it's accepted to have low turnout numbers and neither party does anything about it. Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy? Because Republicans don't need them to win. Democrats don't want to win. So that's it. Only reason anyone would try to out racist or out transphobia in the Republicans, if you inherently think that those aren't important problems, yeah. Which Democrats are, you know, like I can understand the Libertarian Party trying to out racist the Republicans. They don't go much for going for them anyway, right? So if you're like a part of like a right-wing third party and you're like, nah, we're gonna get some votes. I understand why you go full Nazi party to try to get some more racist, more transphobic, more homophobic votes, right? But you're the Democrats. You're supposed to be the less racist party. Why are you trying to out racist them? You're supposed to be the moral party. Why are you trying to cede ground on immigration? Why do you keep fighting for the left or for the center? Fight for the left. Fresh also, it's funny to me just willing to die on this hill when Kamala genuinely lost by a decent margin. This was technically before she lost, and he was just wrong about it. I have no idea what he's saying now because he's freaking bald. Your hair be hairing today? Yeah. I wanted to put my hair up so I can dunk on Hutch because he's bald. Libertarians can't even outplay the GOP on pedophilia anymore. I know, right? It probably sucked for them. They're like, gosh darn it, we had that. That was our thing. That was our thing. Now we got freaking Donald Trump with the 14-year-old girls, allegedly. Dang it. The Libertarian Party is so mad at the Epstein files. They're so mad. They're like, gosh darn. Not alleged anymore. You're right. I mean, still, you know, I don't want to be sued by Donald Trump. He's not gonna sue me though. Try me. I'll fight it. Why didn't we think of that? Why didn't we think of that? But yeah. 13 allegedly. I was 14. Gosh, I get my numbers mixed up sometimes. I'm bad at numbers. But yeah, That's what the Democrats are. That's who the Democrats are. Such a funny thing. I also wanted to show this. Woman live streams ICE detainment as agents smash car window in El Monte.
You're breaking my window, guys. I'm a U.S. citizen. It's insane. Insane. This guy's breaking my window, guys.
New at 11, this woman in El Monte sharing her story after live streaming her detention by ICE, which included agents smashing her car windows out with a hammer. She was just released from custody tonight, and she's speaking out about this frightening ordeal. Eyewitness News reporter Michelle Fisher joining us now live with her story. Michelle?
Mark, Maria Sente is a U.S. citizen. She's also a community observer and believes that has made her a target of ICE. Her detention today, not the first run-in she's had with immigration agents, but tonight she is expressing gratitude this ordeal wasn't worse. One of the things that she shared with us is that she'll take a broken car window any day over being shot.
You're breaking my window, guys. I'm a U.S. citizen. It's insane. Insane. This guy's breaking my window, guys.
Her voice trembles with fear as Maria Sente holds back tears.
They're gonna try to...
Oh my goodness, sorry. This is not the point at all, but I genuinely hate people who screen record lives, but can't keep their freaking Twitter fingers off the screen. It's your job to record the live. We don't need your commentary. Stop. Just record it. It's literally not the point at all. It's not the point at all. But it's my biggest frustration. My biggest frustration. It happens on TikTok lives all the time. Right? Like watch, or an Instagram live. I'm watching somebody be like a Nazi. It's always like, wow, that's actually so crazy you said that. Like, dog, you're missing the content. I this is my biggest pet peeve. Sorry. Let's get back to the truth of the matter.
Federal immigration agents breaking the U.S. citizen's car window with a hammer in an emotional arrest streamed live on Instagram Friday.
I thought this is it. These are my last moments.
Sente is still processing the frightening ordeal, which she believes stemmed from another encounter with ICE 2 days prior, agents stopping her car off the 10 freeway.
That's my first warning? Okay. Get out of my city. Get out of my city. Turns out they weren't stopping me. They were just intimidating me.
Sente was once again recording Friday afternoon when ICE surrounded her vehicle around 2 at the Chevron on Peck and Valley in El Monte.
You're gonna try to arrest me. This is insane. I can't believe this is happening, guys.
Like, this is against the law. Like, they don't have the authority to arrest American citizens. They don't have the authority to break American citizens' windows, especially for the crime of just being around them. But it doesn't matter because that's what they can get away with. You only have as many rights as the state allows you to have at any given time. So the ICE decided to suspend her rights as an American citizen, right, to arrest her and to deal with the fallout later on. They can't, like, you know, legally they can't deport her. But they have deported American citizens before. They've deported people who have non-deportation orders before. You know? They can do whatever they want to do. You know? They can do whatever they want to do. And it's up for us to be the community. It's up for us to be the support system because we have strength in numbers. Instead of it just being one person who can be easily targeted, if it's 10 people or 50 people or 100 people or 1,000 people who are all following ICE and tailing ICE, then they can't do this, right? It would be literally impossible. You know, if it was a protest with one person, it's very easy to take them down, shoot them in the eye and blind them like ICE has done, right? But if it's a protest of 100 people, a lot more difficult. 1,000 people, way more difficult. But you have to vote this out, and by doing that, you have to sort of appeal to fascist aligned voters who are fine with this. You can't vote this out, Chatter. You can't. You can't. There's no voting this out. We literally spent an hour looking at Joe Biden co-signing exactly this, where an 8-year-old child was murdered in a detention facility because they refused to allow her to get care. There's no voting this out, right? If anything, you just vote the color of the party that does this. That's it. The only solution to this is community-driven power, right? To force whoever's in power, right? Whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans, to cave to your whims. The most you can do is make this so difficult for ICE agents that they have no other option other than to just give this up. That's it. That's what the point is.
Lord, please, guys, I don't trust them. One of the officers got on the curb on the middle island to box my car in. One came on here, and one was behind me. Because of all the commotion, police department got there.
But El Monte police did not intervene as Sante was arrested.
Yeah, like that's a problem. That is an issue. That is an issue. Right? The police should intervene on the behalf of her. They won't because the police and ICE serve the same overarching system, which is like the state, right? But if you are a Democrat, it is your job to direct the police to intervene on the behalf of the citizenry. That is it. That is your job.
And freeway, they took me all the way on a joyride to Santa Ana, and then they get off on an exit.
By 5 Friday evening, Sante, whose charges include resisting arrest, was released. Her experience worsened when she says El Monte police refused to let her use the restroom.
They made me pee.
Literally, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, if you don't just lay down and die, you're resisting arrest, and now you can be charged with extra stuff. It's so insane. It's so insane, bro. It's so insane. Why is resisting arrest a charge? Yeah, most people will resist arrest. It's a human instinct. This is why in other countries, if you try to escape prison, you don't get extra charges for trying to escape prison. Because it is a human instinct to try to not be confined in that way. Yes, if someone is trying to physically hold you down, you're going to struggle. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't literally lay down and die? Because if you don't struggle, you could end up in like a George Floyd situation, right? Where they, where they have you in this position, and they are like, oh, you're not struggling, so you're fine, right? And if you do struggle, you can end up in the same situation. There's no winning here. Also, and the resisting arrest here is not literally opening the door for somebody who has no authority to arrest you. You're an American citizen. ICE can just rock up to you and be like, open the door. No. You're resisting arrest. Stop resisting. You know? Stop resisting. Get out the tools. Break the windows. Stop resisting.
In the parking lot and some bushes behind the horse carriers with handcuffs on.
The El Monte Police Department issuing a lengthy statement saying in part they responded to a CBP call for assistance to support public safety, but their officers were not involved in the federal operation.
Yeah, this is what the neutrality gets you, right? The police are trying to play this whole, like, no, we're neutral here. We're not on either side. But you see people directly and flagrantly violating the, the Constitution, if you will. And it's just, it's insane. It's crazy. Sorry, that was rude. You're good, Chatter.
This group of protesters gathering Friday night outside the police station, Sante, undeterred by her ordeal, joining the group demonstrating against ICE.
I prefer that they were taking
W.
their time.
She immediately left and joined a demonstration. Respect.
Their time taking me on a joyride with BS charges, then picking up innocent people that they could have hurt on the street. So I thanked them for that. I said, thank you. Thank you. I thank them for not killing me too.
Now, we did reach out to Customs
so sad.
and Border Protection
But she said it
for
was kinda funny,
comment
though.
on this detention, but so far we have not yet heard back. Meantime, there's a GoFundMe page that's been established today, helping to raise money for Maria as she prepares for a legal defense and also now has to make repairs to her vehicle. Reporting live tonight, I'm Michelle Fisher, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah. That's crazy. Oh, I missed this. Was there like what happened at the protest that Hasan went to yesterday?
Good evening, I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin saying enough is enough and calling for ICE out. Millions of Americans took to the streets in a coast-to-coast call to action.
From Los Angeles to Minneapolis, New York to San Francisco, demonstrators demanded an end to the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. A majority of Americans are at odds with the president's immigration enforcement, saying ICE tactics have gone too far after the shooting deaths of American citizens Renee Good and Alex Preddy, killed just 17 days apart in Minneapolis.
Our coverage begins with Mary Beth McDade with a look at protests that took place all across Southern California today. MB.
Yeah, Mike and Cher, earlier today, people got their messages out peacefully. But tonight, things changed and unrest broke out. Several people have now been arrested.
Happened to some YouTube
Clashes between protesters and police Friday night in downtown LA. This after police declared an unlawful assembly and told people to disperse.
Do you see what I was saying? He was late and got lost. That sounds like a song. Do you see what I was saying though? When I said you don't have any right to protest, because the state will suspend your rights even if you're doing it in a legal and justified manner. They will suspend your rights when it becomes inconvenient for them. You could be standing on the same street, right, from sunup to sundown, but after sundown they declare it as unlawful for no reason and force you to move. Do you actually have a right to protest if they can do that? Do you legitimately have a right to protest? If they can just say, oh, I don't like you here anymore, please leave. Not even please leave. It's and then they shoot you or something. That's sort of the point that I was making. You don't have a right to. Oh. Disappeared. It disappeared. I saw it. My eyes unfocused for a second and then it refocused and it was gone. I'll get it. I'll get it one of these days.
And issued a citywide tactical alert.
We're dispersing because we're afraid of the state and we don't want to experience state executions.
Thousands of protesters voiced their opposition to ICE and Donald Trump's immigration policies in front of City Hall and by the Federal Detention Center. They shouted, held signs, and some painted their messages on buildings and buses.
They're the ones breaking the law because they're the ones that are out here tear gassing, pepper spraying, people exercising their rights to a First Amendment speech. And all these ICE agents are out here kidnapping people without a warrant. So they're in violation of the Constitution. So what I gotta say is ICE and Donald Trump.
While many protested peacefully, as the day wore on, tensions rose and some demonstrators could be seen throwing trash and bottles at police. In response, police used pepper balls and tear gas for crowd control. Mayor Karen Bass reacted to the rallies.
I think the protests are extremely important, but it is equally important for these protests to be peaceful. For vandalism,
do you see the same thing from every single politician? It's the same exact thing. The same exact thing. They don't care about actually fixing these issues. They're too worried about trash being thrown. They're too worried about trash being thrown and bottles being tossed, right? Is it crazy to acknowledge the righteous anger instead of being like, protests are important? but not these protests. You gotta stay peaceful and lay down and take it. Again, I'm not expecting a mayor who is again a representative for the state to come out and be Viva la Revolution, you know, down with the you know, down with capitalism, you know, or eat the rich off with their heads. I'm not expecting that from Karen Bass, right? But still, like, understand where the anger is coming from and redirect back onto why people are upset in the first place. Like, that's not crazy of me to assume, I don't think. Right? Say, you know, protest is important. And I do hope that it stays peaceful. Right? But just know that the violence that you see from any of these protesters yesterday pales in comparison to the violence that Trump and his Department of Homeland Security and ICE perpetuates onto these communities. The violence of taking people from their families, separating children from their parents, detaining 5-year-old boys and using them as bait to get their fathers, and then detaining both of them in ICE facilities, right? Deporting people from the only home that they've ever known, right? Killing American citizens in the streets. That is violence. And I'm appalled that the media, you all, care more about some trash bags being thrown and water bottles being tossed than the actual violence that ICE is running around causing in our neighborhoods. That's what I expect you to say. That's it. Ray was with Hasan for most of the protest yesterday, talking about all of this. I did see a tweet that popped up as a clip, so I'll take a look at that as well. But that's what my expectation is. I'm not expecting any more than that. Redirect your energy from chastising protesters, right, to instead talk about the true cause of violence, which is the state
moving us back
and state repression.
Our current legislators keep moving us backwards. So we'll pass a measure, for example, Measure ULA. So Measure ULA, right, is a mansion tax. We colloquially call it a mansion tax, but it's a transfer tax. So
every property in Los Angeles County over the price point of $5 million has an additional sales tax of, I believe, 5%.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And it's progressive. So if you're selling a building for $10 million, you got.
Yeah, if you have a nice house in Los Angeles, they punish you. I voted for it.
What we've been seeing, though, is that we passed Measure ULA in 2022, by the way. What it does is it actually pays for affordable housing and social housing. And I know you're familiar with social housing because you've talked about that before.
Yes, it's one of the things that I think is missing from the conversation at the national level.
Yes.
I think one of the major issues for a lot of Americans in the crisis of...
I think oftentimes Hasan gets a lot of, I don't want to say in his head, but like kind of falls into like the monotony of streaming a little bit, where it's just like, you know, he goes live from his room. And I think that is where you see long periods of time where the drama pops off and the haters can clip Hasan and stuff like that. But I think Hasan at his best is when he is out in the community and he does stuff like this. And like showing, like, you know, practice, right? Showing what protests look like and how to protest and that it's important to protest. I think oftentimes he can get like a little bit, you know, stuck in his ways of like go live, talk about the news. I think because of the monotony of like, you know, just sitting for long hours of the day, he'll have moments where he'll pop off, you know, get clipped out of context and stuff. But for the most part, like this is just overall wholly positive. Because even if the haters talk about this, they have to show the protest, right? Asmongold can't talk about Hasan being at a protest without talking about the fact that there is a protest in the first place. Right. And so it is still a productive conversation, even if the haters clip it and talk about it.
Affordability is not only medical debt, but it's also housing. And obviously social housing would play a fundamental role in normalizing market rates for all of the private market housing
that's right, yeah.
that's out there, that's readily available. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of people don't want it to happen. As Donald Trump said recently, we got to keep the housing prices as high as possible.
There's so much talk about, oh, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up.
God forbid you increase the supply by government intervention at a much cheaper price point. A lot of boomers are going to get frustrated. A lot of the net worth that people have is directly tied to their housing. It unfortunately creates this design where people consistently want the housing prices to go up. But houses are for living in. They're not for speculation.
Yeah, absolutely. Homes are for people, not for profit. If we do truly believe that housing is a basic human need, a basic human right that everyone should have, if we really want...
Is the election this year for mayor of Los Angeles? Yes, I don't know if it's this year or not. How long do I have to live here to vote for it in the election? How long to establish residency in Los Angeles? For social housing puts her miles above the YIMBYs that run the San Francisco Bay Area. I think it's just 6 months. 20 years?
Society to be able to flourish, if just for the selfish perspective of I don't want to have unhoused people living on my street, then we have to ensure that then there's enough homes for everybody.
I made it up. Oh. I want to hear what she wants to do about the harbor area. Other than that, she seems cool for what I know. I mean, to be fair, it's a low bar being better than Karen Bass, but she does seem cool from what I've seen so far here. Yeah. I always say try not to film other protesters. If these interviewers choose to show their faces in doctor locations live on stream, it's their choice. But showing that you have other protesters bugs me. It doesn't seem like a safe practice. I mean, I can understand that, but I don't think it's that much of a problem for the daytime protest. I think if it turns into something else, if it turns into if the cops escalate violence and it turns into like, you know, people throwing stuff at the cops, you don't want to implicate them. But if it's like a No Kings style you know, like daytime protest, again, I think it's I don't think you're wrong. But I do think filming was important, and I do think that showing people what's happening at protests is important. Something about Madami's mom connection to Epstein after you finish the video. I don't know what you want me to say. I also don't have the information. I don't know anything about Mamdani's mom in the Epstein files. All I know is that apparently Ghislaine threw a party for her or something. I don't know. I didn't cover any of the Epstein stuff yet. So apparently also Pusha T is apparently also in the files. And then apparently Pusha T is yelling at Drake because Drake he claims Drake is also in the files. I don't know what's happening, bro. There's a lot going on in the world today. But yeah, I don't know. I think we should still, regardless of everything, be pushing for people to just wear masks at protests and cover your own identity, identifying marks. FD doesn't buy it. Doesn't buy what? Doesn't buy Pusha T being in the files. Yeah. I've not kept up with any of it. Or did you see FD's take? He was live this morning, so probably there. The Pusha T Jay-Z thing was an unverified tip from a hotline they never investigated. That's what it says around moms in the files. People just keep saying that too. I have no idea. I have no clue. Maybe, I don't know. I have no idea. But that's the that's this. I covered all of this. I covered this. I don't have anything Epstein related bookmark. I mean, y'all know my thoughts on the Epstein stuff. I personally don't cover it because I don't think anything's gonna happen with it regardless. So like, you know, we can look at it and be like, oh, the elites in this country are pedophiles. Like, I watched this for 15 years, man. I'm not saying you can't talk about it. I'm just saying I don't necessarily care enough to cover it because I don't think it's gonna happen to it. No one that needs to be punished from the files will ever be. Yeah. That's kind of what my position is. So I mean, I'm not gonna be like, oh, we're gonna protect Zoran's mom for, you know, being named in the Epstein files or whatever. Like, but it's not something that I feel like need to be like, I need to cover this. I have some tabs open, bro. Close tabs. Close. There was also this that I wanted to talk about. Zoran's mom was in the files. She was named in the files. Just being in the files is not inherently like you're a pedophile, right? It's not like, oh, your name was mentioned in these files, you're a pedophile or whatever. But it does bring you into speculation and be like, why are you around here? You know, and Wokeness was in the files. Was he? Okay, well, I think he's probably a pedophile. It means his mom was connected like that. Doesn't change his story. Which doesn't change his story in my opinion. I mean, I don't think it changes his story. I just think that it's important to note that, like, if his mom is like connected, that does probably have something to do with why he's relatively successful or able to be relatively successful. I think the fact that like his mom is connected and he still decides to support populist policies is a good thing. I'm not gonna ever chastise that. But I think it's important to note that you know, we're talking about how do we replicate this with other people in the future. Puts it down to the idea that we have a Zoran in every city. If he's a Epstein nepo baby, Trump said at a meeting, "I love your mother." Yeah, I won't go as far as say which does change the story. Okay, I misread your thing, but I wouldn't say he's an Epstein nepo baby. But I mean, I do agree that we need to take that into account when we're saying this person can be the next Zoran Mamdani, right? It's kind of like how we talk about like Hasan and like Hasan being successful, right? And saying that like, yeah, the fact that his you know uncle, you know, owned TYT and he worked there does have something to do with why he's able to even do streaming in the first place, right? But it doesn't necessarily make his actual achievements since then invalid. But it's a part of the story, which means it's a part of the conversation when we have a question of like, how can we replicate this in the future? You know, how can we do this for other people in other areas? And that's a fair question, I think. Confused how this changes his story though. I thought we knew that his mother was famous. I mean, there's like famous like Hollywood director, and then there's like you are connected with like the socialites of you know, the entire country. Like you're Epstein party famous, you know. I disagree. Even if his personal path was colored by nepotism, his proof of concept is based on the organizing since taking his positions, not how he got there to begin with. I think you're wrong. I think it's definitely a part of it. You cannot say for certainty that him being well connected did not have anything to do with how he got there in the first place. That definitely is a part of the conversation. right? You can't just be like, oh, because I think that wasn't important, that it wasn't an important thing, right? Being connected is an important thing, right? How important it is and how we can get over that hump for other people is kind of, we need to interrogate that so we can figure out how do we do that for people who aren't connected, right? How do we do that for people who don't have those connections? How do we do that for people who don't have that that leg up from the beginning? Right? Because it probably has more staying power than any of us even think in the first place. Like going to donors and like getting people to donate to you for your first ever campaign may be a little bit easier if you do have some connections. Not saying that he's done that. This is probably all public. We can go back and find this for like when he was a member of the assembly, right? But like there's certain things that make it easier for people to run for local office if they have their material conditions satisfied. And you won't see people who come from poor families making $20,000 a year, you know, get through college and be like, I'm gonna run for local office, right? Going into politics is seen as something for people who are either connected or, you know, middle class, upper class kind of thing. You feel me? That sort of thing. So it's a part of the conversation. Again, I don't think that it I wouldn't even go as far as to say that he's like Epstein affiliated. But I just think that there are things to this conversation that we need to take into account for figuring out, for running people in other districts. How do we get over those barriers? Right? That's my positionality. If you're okay with not making any money for a long time to go into politics as a representative of the working class, yeah. And again, I don't think being named in the files is like immediately like you're a pedophile. But let's take a look at Newsweek or whatever Newsweek says. The Department of Justice published on Friday over 3 million pages under the Epstein File Transparency Act. Also, wasn't this like late? Like, wasn't this like super late? Were they supposed to do this freaking like months ago? I don't know what that word is. Of documents, including 2,000 videos. I don't want to see that. 180,000 images, making the total production of nearly 3.5 million pages released in compliance with the act. The appearance of Nair's name does not suggest any wrongdoing, but does show the scope of celebrities' name in the documents. See, yeah, exactly that. Ooh, excuse me. Epstein died in jail. Okay, we know Epstein died in jail. The email that said that Nair's name was among the those mentioned in the papers released Friday. The email was sent by publicist Peggy Siegel to Epstein on October 21st, 2009. Describes how she had left Maxwell's townhouse following an after party for a film. The email said that former U.S. President Bill Clinton and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos attended, as was directed by Nair, whose son Joe Mamdani, a Democrat, is the New York City mayor. The email does not allege wrongdoing; it only shows record of attendance for the event. Nair directed Amelia, which was released in 2009, starring Hilary Swank as an aviator, Amelia Earhart. Oh, that makes sense. Yada yada yada. The email said the film got a tepid reaction, but women liked it a lot more. Hilary Swank and Richard Gere are at a stupid party in Bloomingdale's chief sports department. Very weird, email said. Yada 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 yada. The publicist Peggy Siegel from email 2009 just left Ghislaine's townhouse after party for a film. Bill Clinton and Jeff Bezos were there. Jean Pigozzi, director, Nair, etc. Tom's plans. The Mike stand-up conference. Okay, there's not really much here. It's just that like she was just named in the thing. And there was a after party hosted at Ghislaine's townhouse for the film that she directed. So I don't think it's necessarily, alleges wrongdoing specifically, but it does show that she was connected. That a whole party for her movie. Oh wow, that's kind of a normal thing though. Like directors do that for like all the time. Barry Weiss's wife. Barry Weiss has a wife? Was chatting with Epstein over email? The more you know. Anyway, yeah. Like, imagine somebody talks about you in a... Do you have a wife? Maybe. Imagine somebody talks about you in an email from 2009 and freaking years later you get implicated in the pedophile documents, That's crazy. That's what I'm saying on cynical level, going to those parties after 2008 is crazy. I mean, I was 8 years old in 2008. So I can't speak on how known Epstein and Ghislaine's escapades were back then and what the culture was. Trump said he loved his mom. One of the first things in the meeting feels different with the tone of the Trump Mamdani meeting. Not really. It's not like Trump was at this party. Like, she's a popular director. He was a known pedophile in 2008. I was 8 too. Hey, twins. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this necessarily proves anything. All it does is give more context to just how well connected Zoran's mom actually is. It's kind of crazy. That's it. That's kind of how I feel. But there was also this that came out, and that's the IDF accepts Gaza Health Ministry's estimate of over 70,000 killed in war. This is what Prem said. He said, in 2024, 62 Democrats joined 207 Republicans to prohibit the State Department from citing the Gaza Health Ministry statistics. Now, even Israel accepts the ministry's death toll, perhaps because they realize the other humanitarian groups fear the toll is even higher. They accept that it means it's way higher. Yeah, they're only accepting the death toll from the Gaza Health Ministry because the toll is actually higher. And then they're like, okay, well that's the right one right there. That's the right one. It's no other one. We accept that one. They said it. They said 70,000. That's the one it is. Right? Because they know, and everyone knows, as historians start to look back on these records, they're going to see that Israel is a genocidal state. Numbers from years ago. That number came from 6 months after October 7th. It was like 6 to 9 months when they hit 70K. And the number has been stagnant since then, essentially. Right? Because there couldn't be any more reporting because they killed everybody who was doing the reporting. I'm pretty sure the only kind of people who were directly murdered, yeah. Did they kill like 100 more people yesterday? That would not be surprising. But it is sad that I didn't hear about that. As a recent estimate, the 600,000 plus, but it's all estimates, obviously. Yeah, we literally will not know. Trump's population was 1.8 million when he entered office. Yeah, we basically, made it very clear that it was at least 200,000 deaths. But these are the Democrats that joined with the Republicans. All Red's here. Cuellar is here. Is that Ted Lieu? It is Ted Lieu. Ted is here. Who else is here? Schiff is here. Slotkin is here. Torres is here. Democrats. Democrats, 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 Democrats. So yeah. There's that. There's that. I can't stand them. I can't stand them. But I think. Oh, did y'all see the Will Stancil drama as well? I covered the deal with the Democrats made. Speaking of Zoran, about his genocide defense. Not, I mean, that's part of it. But Will Stancil, who's getting a lot of support, yeah, he's getting called a swagged out white boy, got kicked out of all of the rapid response signal groups because he was giving police ride-along press, things. He was doing press ride-alongs with ICE. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Never trust a liberal. They'll always let you down. Will Stancil reports that he's been kicked out of ICE rapid response for the moment for allowing press ride-alongs. I'm not totally sure how to address this, but apparently I'm getting kicked out of ICE rapid response for the moment because I'm allowing press ride-alongs with an extremely strict condition that no other observer be identified. Lots of observers have allowed ride-alongs, and they benefit us. Our goal here is to show what is happening. Our goal here is to show what is happening here. The best way to do that is have press. Press keeps us safe by putting eyes of the world in Minneapolis. Nor am I the only observer bringing press along. Oh, he's bringing like. Oh, hold on, I misunderstood. He's bringing press to ride along with him, doing rapid response stuff. But why? You're the press. Is he not the press? Like you're media. He's not like press, but you're media. Like you're why what benefit could like having CBS ride along with you like provide to you? I don't know if he's acting more like press here, but the goal, because he records himself do this to a certain extent. Like he's going, recording himself, like, yelling at ICE and following ICE. Right? So, like, I don't understand, like, what benefit he would have from having, like, CNN tag along with this. You know what I mean? Is he streaming it live and that's press? I don't think he is. I'm just sort of confused like what his goal with that is. Was it CNN? That was the issue. I don't know what organization it was specifically. He says, again, real press will absolutely respect rules and boundaries. I've always established that the only observer who can be identified anyway is myself, but all-consuming paranoia about cameras and press is awful for us. ICE is the one operating in secret. We're the ones bringing daylight. It's just like, I don't know. It really depends on like what he's gonna show the press, and like I don't know what his strict conditions are. But like if press is like, so tell me, how do you find out where ICE is? He's like, oh, well, this is what I do. We have these rapid response groups that have people posted up and they tell us whenever ICE is in their areas, and we get an alert and we all just hop in the car. And you know what I mean? You're kind of just giving away like the method of like an easier way for people or for ICE to like mitigate that, you know? There's information missing. I just don't really or necessarily know. Don Lemon banned too. He got banned. Yeah. I also will say that this is a little bit different than what Hasan is doing, because it's not like Will Stancil has created these ICE networks himself, you know? Like he's joining other people's initiatives, and if they have a rule against press ride-alongs, you gotta respect their rules. You feel me? Hasan was going on ICE watch until the murder. Again, that's a little bit different, right? If Hasan was invited, right, by organizers and be like, hey, can you come and show this? It's a little bit different than Will Stancil joining these groups, right? Using their network to you know, follow ICE and then publicizing that to press. That's a little bit different. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not even like fully on like the Will Stancil is bad for like allowing press ride-alongs or whatever, right? Because I need more information about that. But if he's going against what the organizers of these networks want, then he shouldn't do it. And same for Hasan. If Hasan is like, you know, doing a like joining or using rapid response information, without the okay of the organizers behind it, right? Because what you have to understand, right, is that if you're a part of this rapid response group, let's say you have rapid response group A, and everybody gets a ping, ICE is at the corner of 51st Street, right, and Lawndale, right? You showing up with press there without telling the group means that everybody else who shows up is also going to be, you know, exposed to the same risk that you have. You feel me? And they don't know whether or not you have rules for your press. They don't know whether or not your rules are good enough to protect their identities. They have there's no consent there for the people who are also showing up to do the exact same thing that he was showing up to do. Right? If Will Stancil had his own group and he was like, in my group, you know, this is what we're gonna do, and people who are aware of that from the Will Stancil group, it would be a different thing. You know, everyone has different levels of risk tolerance. Yeah. And you can't necessarily do that if you're going to be a part of an organized effort. This is a big part of community organizing, where you have to be aware that like you have to look out for the most vulnerable people among the group. The language alone is a bit telling. He clearly isn't deeply connected with the head of the organizers, but also didn't communicate his intent with them. Yeah. It didn't feel like a community-driven effort. It kind of felt like Will Stancil wanted to go and mess with some ICE agents, which is fine. Right? And not necessarily Will Stancil wants to go and protect the community. So he's like, guys, I know what would be good for you all. You feel me? I know what would be good for you all. And you have to listen to me because I know what's best, kind of thing.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live what I
Viking Eating just subscribed. Damn, loving the braids.
Thank you. That's kind of the main issue, I think. Stancil, as his removal from ICE rapid response appears to be an irreversible decision, and that he only found out through anonymous messages. It appears to be an irreversible decision. I've been notified by private anonymous messages, so it's not really kind of an internal dialogue or appeals process I have access to. It's kind of what decentralized means. You know what I mean? If somebody is a harm and a problem, you're not gonna get like there's no like top down leadership kind of thing. It was probably something put on, like the organizers probably had a vote on to be like, hey, this person is doing this without the consent of the people in this group. We don't feel comfortable about it. We're gonna remove him from this group. You know, it's not like it's not an organization, right? And Will Stancil is well within his right to go out of his way to make his own organization or to build his own network out and operate within that network. But like, I think it's fair if the people who made this rapid response network felt uncomfortable with one of their members, right, speaking directly and working directly with the press without their knowledge or say so. Sorry guys, I really try to be respectful of everyone's wishes, and I haven't, to my knowledge, ever revealed or exposed the identity of another observer. But I also think it's incredibly important to discuss what's happening here in show press and today. And until today, wasn't aware of these concerns. I really hope my neighbors can keep keeping each other safe and the city can be safe again soon. Please take care of yada yada yada. I mean, if he like learns from this and I don't know if he fully understands like why people could be uncomfortable, even with his like pinky promises of like, guys, I promise I'm not going to expose your identity or whatever. I can understand why the organizers feel uncomfortable by it. Does that make sense? Like, I get it. Ops, like, yeah, I mean, it's important, especially for a move that's being directly targeted, especially after Signal group chats were talked about from like conservative media as like a organized ring of protesters who are, I don't know, freaking organized or something. It's just more video content that is out of their hands in terms of how it will be used. Yeah, but also that's fine. But the problem is it's done directly with information that they are getting. Right? Again, we don't know what information that was being floated in this group chat. And we don't know what stipulations Will Stancil was giving to the press. But that is definitely something that like you kind of have to talk with the organizers about if you're going to use their group chats to do it. Will can still cover them, but he's getting open access directly when these groups know that feds have and try to infiltrate them is understandable, yeah. And the questions of whether or not Will is actually about it is if he continues to do it, what he was doing, right? Despite this hiccup, you know? Wait, that sneeze. Nice run, by the way. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I already read that. But yeah. Honestly, I think that's that. I think that covers most of what I wanted to cover today. Yeah. Oh wait, this is the last thing. The last thing. I mean, something like the group's purpose is to go out where ICE is and visibly document them. I don't see why they kicked them out if their goal was to get them in front of ICE's radar. The group is set up to help ICE. The group was set up to help avoid ICE. That would make more sense. I don't know. No, the group is set up specifically to protect the community. It's not about getting, getting put on the news and getting a bunch of clout from it. It's about how do we protect the community. It's you go out where ICE is in this community and you make it visible where ICE is in this community. It's community defense. It's not about like, their job is not to like bring in the press and show the method for other people and how it's done or whatever. Their job is specifically, this is how we could protect our community. If ICE goes somewhere, we go there and we let people know that ICE is there. That's kind of it. It's not like we're gonna document ICE's atrocities. Particularly, that's a part of it, and that's kind of they've become kind of intertwined a little bit. But it's like it's community defense, right? It's ICE is going somewhere, we honk our horns behind them, When we get loud, we say ICE is here, ICE is here. These guys are ICE. This car is ICE. Right? Basically, a big ICE is here sign over these cars. That's kind of what the idea is. Right? So, like, I think Will's not wrong that, like, you know, people being aware of ISIS tactics would not be bad. Like, he's right about that. But, like, you don't want to do that and put that ahead of the community defense aspect. You know? Like, that's my take. But let's continue.
He's envious of you. And
also, I think Hasan shouted me out a few days ago, by the way. I didn't cover it because I was not streaming. But now he's banned, so I can't even show it to you.
Zoran, you don't need to think much harder than that. I mean, that's part of it, for sure. That's why he brought up Zoran randomly. Because the last time Destiny tried to run or help out a mayoral campaign, the guy had to literally forcibly disavow Destiny and also ended up in like 8th place or something. Yeah. In fucking Nebraska, by the way. Someone's got to have that fucking link, right? Yeah, this is it. After cutting ties with controversial streamer Gudgel staying in mayoral race, Stephen Bonnell II, known as Destiny Online, has a controversial past, and Gudgel apologized for not doing his research. An Omaha North high school teacher is staying in the race for Omaha mayor after cutting ties with a donor who made violent comments about Black Lives Matter protesters during a Twitch stream. The comments were made last summer, but recently resurfaced in an article from the University of Nebraska Omaha student newspaper, The Gateway. Mark Gudgel, a 39-year-old Democrat, said he failed in doing his research on the streamer Stephen Bonnell II, known online as Destiny, who said on one stream, for the record, you want to know something? I didn't do this. I didn't fucking bring this up.
Lies. Hasan did everything with Destiny. Destiny did nothing himself. It was all Hasan who did it. Confirmed.
I didn't even know that he was actually working with a fucking mayoral candidate who ended up getting like what was his where did he land on in that election? 4,000 votes. 4.8% of the votes overall. Nice. Well, at least he did better than the fucking writing candidates. You made 0 vids on this mayor. Yeah, exactly. I didn't, because why the fuck would I? It's the Nebraska mayoral race, right? This is what happens when Destiny gets involved in a fucking mayoral race. And for the record, I didn't try to game the system. I didn't try to fucking like hurt Destiny by going to this guy and reaching out to him and being like, hey, by the way, or sicking my fan base on this Omaha mayoral race. To be like, hey, this guy, you should hurt his chances of fucking winning the election because he's associating with a really bad streamer.
Yeah. What'd it do? I was knocking out some dust from the keyboard. Yeah. Yeah. Gave PTSD when Hasan sucked gunk out of his keyboard. Stop. Tell me no more, please. God, no. Stop. Anyway. Any final thoughts, chat? Any final thoughts? Oh, also, apparently there's like some beef in the I guess Arc Scavenger left after I didn't click on his link. There's some beef with the Jason Deline stable Ronaldo community with racism. Did y'all see this? Hold on. So where's Arc Scavenger at? It's here somewhere. I don't remember how to spell his name. Hold on. Let's keep scrolling up. Oh, it stops here. Okay. Is your ROM video still coming? I have not had a chance to edit it. I don't know. I feel like there's more I could say, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll post it, honestly. Come out saying that he reads the birthday cards. True. What is this? What is this man's name? Hold on. I have an idea. I could just check my own VOD from earlier. I get a TLDR? Not yet, because I need to find this freaking thing I'm looking for. Early stream. I'm looking for Arc Scavenger. He came in like twice. Am I tripping? Be like, hey, have you seen this Ron clip of Ron being ableist or something? I'm pretty sure I spelled his name. Oh, I found it. But I missed it. I'm dumb. I just saw it. Bro, where's it at? I saw it. Oh, I just saw it again. Gosh darn it, I lost it. I found it. Oh, it's Arc Scavenger 07. That's his name. This was the link. Okay. Stable Ronaldo, XQC, Jinxie, and Cutie Cinderella were in disbelief after Moxie had the most diabolical drawing of Jake Future.
Jake? That's it?
Jake surfing.
There you go. Yes, perfect. Perfect.
All right, don't blame me.
Jake Future.
I'm gonna draw my face.
Where is he going?
Out of here.
Yo!
No,
I'm never playing video games with you guys again.
Yo, Moxie.
Guys.
It was
Who drew that? Who drew that?
Who's Moxie? Well, everyone is fine with X after he streamed with Trump. Moxie's XQC's friend. Wait, is he the guy with the rainbow avatar? Yes. Okay. Okay. I know who he is. I've seen his avatar somewhere. Why is Cutie there? I honestly have no idea. No idea. Genuinely no clue. Like if this was like a thing where like I don't even know who, like maybe Ron. I'm trying to figure out like, who would have invited Cutie. Probably Ron, right? I don't think I've ever seen Cutie hang out with XQC recently, at least. Sketch, Moxie, Jinxie. You know what I mean? Like it's probably Ron. It was Ron. Yeah, I mean that would make sense. But yeah, I mean it's not surprising. I'm not surprised about this. Ron invited Hasan too. Wow. Do you think Hasan would have played if he wasn't banned? I have no expectations of Cutie at this point. They didn't invite Hasan too, but he had to film Fear and. He got banned once. He declined. True. HTC invited us on. Dang. I mean, yeah. It's not entirely surprising. But there's also this I saw. This is in Jason the Wayne's community, at Jason the Wayne. The person says, "Hey Jason, wanted to start this off by saying I love you and I love watching your streams. As an Indian viewer, it's kind of sad to see the racist stuff said against Indians in the form of jokes in your streams. I know it's not your fault because racism against Indians is extremely normalized in the West. Still, these kind of comments are expected from people like Tate and Sneeko, not from good people like you and your positive community like NMS. Let's not normalize racism. It not feel racist if you were joking about that stuff with an actual Indian friend and him clapping back with you with jokes. Love you, bro. It's all your best for your island survival." It's kind of sad. I'm gonna assume this is a kid. I mean, he's watching Jason the Wayne, so most likely. He's just like, man, I hate that people are making fun of who I am. Right? I love watching these streams, but I hate that people are making fun of who I am. You know? It's just, it's just kind of like, this is kind of like why I talked about with the FaZe Boys. Is like they have like young people who watch them who want to engage with that content, but they feel like othered by the type of content that they talk about, you know? When they drop slurs, you know, they're being ableist and misogynistic, and then people are like, oh, I kind of like these guys, but like I hate that like my identity is being attacked when I come in here. And it sucks. Right? Again, I don't think Jason's like the biggest arbiter of like anti-Indian sentiment on Twitch or whatever. But I think it's oftentimes something that like it's never talked about, because I think people will see this and be like, oh, well, suck it up and deal with it. He makes jokes about everybody. And so then other marginalized people, like a black person, is like, oh, well, like, yeah, suck it up. I had to deal with it when he made anti-black jokes, and now you have to deal with it when he's making anti-Indian jokes. And then this guy is going to turn around and be like that when it's about a different group of people. He's like, yeah, people told me to suck it up when I talked about the anti-Indian jokes that people were making. So you got to suck it up when talking about like anti-woman jokes or whatever. And it's just it's a cycle of nobody feeling like safe and valued, but they're also making it. They just want to be the least unsafe, you know? So when you have a international audience as well, it could be a, where's my, oh, there it is. The racism being perpetuated from the same defense as student loans. I mean, it's basically the same thing. But yeah, this is just, it's sad. This is sad to see. But that's my take. That's my take, and that's how I feel. If you're waiting for Hasan to go live on Twitch, you're gonna be sorely mistaken because he's banned. Wait, how did somebody just subscribe at 11:26? Is he unbanned? Hold on. I have to see. Nah, he's still banned. Not streaming today on YouTube either. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. He's traveling. Where? Qatar? Really? For what? Web Summit? Soccer event? Is a conference thing? Webinar with Logan Paul? He's part of a convention? Dubai chocolate. What? What is happening? What are we talking about? All streamers are over there? What? Okay, I need more information. Qatar Summit. Second World Summit for Social Development? I don't think it's that. I also don't think it's the Arab Islamic Extraordinary Summit. If Logan Paul's going to be there. Web Summit Qatar. Colin Kaepernick's going to be speaking? Okay, Colin Kaepernick's going to be speaking. Giannis Varoufakis is going to be speaking. Questlove is going to be speaking. Okay. Swiss Beats? What is happening? Hasan Pike. Okay, what is going on? What is going on? Hassan's here. Swiss Beats is here. Who else I recognize? I thought this was Markiplier at a first glance. Kaz Sawyer? I don't even know who that is. Where are all the creators at? Maddie Webb? Who's Maddie Webb? What is this even about? Okay, we separated by industry. Social media? No. Entertainment and media? Reporter. I'm looking for creators. Where are the creators at? Ash Magic? What is the point of this conference? I'm genuinely curious.
Here's how I hypnotize the cast of Now You See Me, Now You Don't. First, I want to hypnotize them to crave chocolate. To do this, I used subliminal messaging. Sleep, sleep, sleep. I want you to imagine that you're back.
All right. Where's Logan Paul at? I didn't see Logan Paul at all. Logan. There he is. Oh, he's under investor. Creator, investor, entrepreneur, and pro wrestler. What is Hasan here under? I'm curious. Hasan. Streamer and creator. He only has 2 sentences. L. Stomachers, a millennial journalist, most watched political commentator on Twitch. Not anymore, baby. His live stream broadcast reached over 30,000 people daily. Oh, Night Media. Wait, that didn't answer my question. What is it? What is it for? Like, what is it? Like, what is it? What do they do? International entrepreneurs, investors, and leaders are gathered in Doha exhibition and convention center. How much are tickets? Curious. I thought it was dollars for a second. But how much is this in dollars? Let's see. No, I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go anyway. I could definitely afford to if I really wanted to. I just don't want to, obviously. That's so expensive. That's crazy. That's insane. Who's going to this thing? Oil barons. They're going to see Maddie Webb, chat. Imagine paying $28,000 to watch this video right here.
How I came out to my very religious parents. It took me a long time to come out to them. I didn't really.
I guess that's fair and that's fine. But would I pay $28,000? No hate. I don't know. I don't pay $28,000 to see anybody, bro. Oh, I just not even agree to this. I mean, it doesn't like nothing that we've seen so far comes across as like shady, except for Logan Paul being involved, obviously. But this could be a very legitimate conference. Giannis link up, he said. Not that it's shady, it's so random. It's very random. It is like crazy expensive. Okay, what about? Okay, that's just the chairperson tickets. Okay, that's the last ticket available. The general admission tickets is only $3,000, but I say only $3,000 because that's okay. That's only $800-something. That's still crazy for a conference ticket, by the way. That's still extraordinarily expensive for a general admission conference ticket, right? But it's a little bit more normal than $27,000. Wait, this group offers. Oh, five people, only 28. Oh, it's sold out. Startups. Investors. Oh, so it's only, wait. Oh, it's sold out. Dang, if you want to go, you have to pay $27,000. That's your only option. Yo, they sold out this venue, bro. Access to Night Summit, VIP lounge, speaker lounge. Yo, chat. 5 gifted subs right now. I buy a ticket. I'm lying. I'm not doing that. Is he talking? Yes. These are all speakers. The fact that there's like 22 pages of speakers show that like this is an insanely large conference. Playing 24K to stream Saif Hassan. Wouldn't that be kind of funny though? He would never see it coming. He would never see it coming. You said you're gay. I want to see you on guitar next. Maybe. Who knows? I could be the next Colin Kaepernick. Is the magic guy going to hypnotize oil barons? Honestly, he'll probably talk about like the transformative process of taking people through the cognitive experience of exploring their own mind. And he just does like mentalism, you know, that he just does a hypnotism. How to get banned on Twitter for kneeling their national anthem? True. The anthem. But my head freaking itches. That's the worst part of having freaking cornrows. The head itches. There's a mix up of songs to do magic tricks at the conference. That would be so funny. That would be so funny. Anyway, I think that's what we're gonna call it today.
How I went from voting for an Oompa Loompa to changing every single thing I ever believed in. The first election I ever voted in was my senior year of high school. What I'm about to show you is probably the most humiliating thing I've ever put on the internet, and that is saying a lot. This is what I put in my high school diary. I gagged when I resurfaced this. At that point in my life, I did not have a single original political opinion. So backstory, I didn't have Wi-Fi or social media until I was 17. I went to Christian school. I was in church like 5 to 6 times a week at least. Everything I believed in was just something I was told. And my goal in life was to be the perfect Christian girl.
I mean, she seems to be chill. Like, no beef. Like, she seems like a normal, regular person. It is kind of funny to have like Hasan, this person, Colin Kaepernick, Logan Paul. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like Swiss Beats. Like, it's just a very interesting smattering of people they have speaking at this conference. You know. And the magic trick guy. Pick a card. Any card. Let me not leak my Cash App card. It expires this year though, so. Do you want me to read my card number out? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The magic dude is definitely saying Houdini worked with the feds and just found that info out. Not Houdini. You're lucky to get that number. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, that's it. That's what I'm going to call it. Thanks for watching, chat. You like my hair? It freaking hurt to get it in. Hey, beauty is plain. You like my hair? It freaking hurt to get it in. But hey, beauty is pain. And I did not have to just restart that because I said plain by accident. Okay, sharp, thank you. Do we have to remove the button? I do have to remove the button. I don't know how to put it back in. It's the only problem. Beauty is planes. in the cinematic Pixar movie Cars, there are male cars and there are female cars. Mommy cars and daddy cars. And this implies the existence of baby cars. Don't start. I could keep going. I could keep going. I won't keep going though. I'm not gonna steal that bit. I can't hear you. Isn't it kind of crazy? We kind of moved on from like the normal, relatively normal memes in the community. It used to be the Hasan basketball meme. It used to be the cars meme. It used to be, what else was happening on OK Buddy? Poop sock. This hasn't gone for one day. There's a hanging from the license plate. I don't know if I remember that one. Okay, with legendary. What else was there? Now we have like Hasan is a dog abuser shot caller memes. You know what I mean? Can we go back to the older memes? Now those were a little bit less morbid. Yeah, this is why I don't necessarily enjoy people who when y'all are like, wow, you know, I saw the remote. Like I don't necessarily like the whole like, you know, dog abuse jokes kind of thing. Even when like it's done like in jest for Hasan, you know. Small hit memes were still classic. Those were classic. Carla dead. Carla is dead. Hasan's stupid big mansion, yeah. But those were at least fun, and they were chill. It wasn't like Hasan is a dog abuser, or you know, as like the community meme. To be fair, I still laugh sometimes when I see the Raiden shock meme. He does get a chuckle out of me. But like, he used to have like fun community jokes. And everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked Hasan's Valor era. Yeah, he was bad at the game. Did we miss the ad debates? Well, you at least get ads here. No debates though, but you will get ads. Until I can pull Hasan and get $18,000 of super chats. Before you go, you see this. I'm not clicking on that because I have to leave. Maybe I'll get to my birthday cards at one point. Maybe by my next birthday, I'll do it. At this point, you know, it's about the principle of it. No one even calls him Azan anymore. Who would call him Azan? XQC dates him now. Lovey's a co-worker. He doesn't hang out with anybody else anyway. TTS? Yeah, didn't he use to turn on TTS for the beginning of the stream before having to force to turn it off because it got too annoying? Now it just never comes back on. If you can call him Azan in the XQC voice, yeah. You having good times. Yeah, when people call him Hamasabi and the Hamas food back to his bid was beat, that was a funny thing. But even that is just like, the joke of that is just Hasan's a terrorist, you know? And I'm just like, I don't even know if that's like a great joke. The Hamas food basket was a funny meme to come out of that, but like, it's like less like, you know, it's less in good spirits and more just like, you know what I mean. But alas, I need to end stream so I can play some League of Legends. I mean, do some very important work. Any final thoughts? Play it on stream? I would not be doing that. I appreciate that though. Royal Rumble? I don't know what that is. we have nowhere to go. There's probably somewhere you can find yourself a new home. Did you ever listen to Bundy Santana? No, I have not. Read Absolute Manhunter. I will be reading my eyelids when I take a nap. Other than that, I will catch y'all on the flip side, I think. Yeah. I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Oh, my freaking finger hurts. Where's my music at? Chauncey, music. Thank you, Chauncey. Chauncey's my butler. Yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow for the first day of guess what month it is. It's Black History Month. That's also why I got the freaking braids. What is it? The braids? Also, wait, where's Nick's at? Nixie, come here. Come here. Come here. Where even is she? I have no idea. She's probably sitting outside. That's fine. All right. I'll catch you on the flip. Adios. Adios. Check the braids.